Not 100%. This may work. Nope, still getting there. Let's just try that. We don't want the player to have points anyway, so we just do that. I'll be happy. Beautiful, fixed it. Fixed it. Fixed it. Ah, we fixed it. Okay. I just needed a little break, you know? Just to, like, clear my head. Metaphorically and literally. I mean, I don't know how clear it is. You can hear it in my voice. It's not that clear. My sinuses are so wrecked right now. Yeah, so when you hit that, no matter what, it does it. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go with it. I can work around that. We're gonna go with that. I like that. Alright, so there was other things I needed to work on, which is this. Hopefully this will feel better doing this. It would have been worth a lot. Okay, let's try that. Did we use scale level for those? I thought we used something different. Yeah, scale HP base. Oh, it was all time scale level at the end. Oh. I still like the 25% number and all that. That's what I'm missing from this equation. Is that? Oh no, this is scale level here. Okay, let's try that first. We'll see what that looks like. Right now I'm just looking at levels per hour. And I'll be adjusting other values and within that here soon. Then I am looking at a very high end of things. Very high end. So I do keep that in mind. But essentially I'm trying to get it closer to where that becomes a reality. A feasible reality. I feel like I'm going to adjust player level maybe down a bit more. Let's see what that looks like. Not where you wanted to go, Baker. Nowhere near where you wanted to go. That feels a little I don't like that. Okay. Hmm. It actually seems to be a little bit more consistent to what I'm looking for. Definitely slows down pretty hard, pretty quick. What could I artificially do to make that better? Hmm. Actually, what is a good possible? Yeah. Let me give this one more time. So, what I'm thinking of doing... Hold up. Okay. Oh, that was random. I can breathe now. But anyway, so what I'm thinking of doing is maybe having two different modes of scaling in the sense of the enemy and player level. And if you keep a certain kill per second, then you activate a faster scaling, and if you go under that, then you activate a slower scaling. That's what I'm thinking of doing for this mission. Because I was trying to think, like, well, every endless mission is going to have its own unique way of increasing the rate at which you can have enemy scaling and player scaling. How are you going to make that happen here? And how are you going to make it make sense? And I was like, well, I mean, if I kill so many mobs per second and meet that threshold, then I can use that. It's kind of what I'm thinking of doing right now. And we're going to do that. Also, I'm just going to do this. Okay. Let me find... Where is mission 1? No, we didn't actually have it in scaling, we have it in here now. What alarms do we have free? We may have to move this back into that. We actually might have to. I think I'm just gonna do that right now. I'm just gonna move them back in here. Just be smart at this rate. We'll adjust the alarm. We'll adjust all the things that are necessary to adjust. That is the fundamental basis. And we need to create what would be the best way to handle this? Create another alarm, possibly. And we'll call this variable global dot kill count. We'll call it free count, I guess. Free count. Souls per second, I guess. Okay. So what we're gonna need to do here as well, let's go into all of these. Do we have where's those? Okay. Stupid. Come on. We'll probably end up moving this into an alarm at some point too. Okay. Okay, I see how that works now. I thought it was directional. I didn't know it was focus based. Okay. this. How are we gonna logic this? Okay, so that's baseline logic there on how we trigger that. Then we come into here. Set alarm 5 for 60 seconds. Maybe just do that. And then this just forces the other ones to go off. Actually. And then we're gonna want this to be set to 0 as well. What's up, Camel? How you doing? It's about room selection. It's not about a build when it comes to oxygen supply. That's a whole different field. Just because you can do the damage doesn't mean the mobs are flowing in correctly to allow you to kill at the rate that you need to. Because you can be one-shotting everything, but if mobs aren't flowing in correctly, you'll still have low kills per hour. And I don't know how the game is right now as well after, because I haven't played since February. So I played well before the rework that happened most recently. And that build is from last year. And then the other build is just from earlier this year before all the rework and everything. Okay, let me see something here now. Okay, we got a crash. Alright, we're doing something at least. I'll set before reading. Alarm 0. Did I make those? There's no non-global here. What are you getting? Do you really need... You need me to do this? Alright, we'll do it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I don't know why you need this now, but whatever. Player scale. Oh, maybe that is an issue. Isn't that an issue? Should read your errors, Baker. Restart assuming. It might tell you things. Hold up. So how was it working before and now it's suddenly not working? I'm trying to think where I made this before to work. Because it was actually just working, so I'm like, what did I delete then to make that not work? But interesting. Yeah, you still be mad at me now. I understand it, but whatever. Okay. Give it a moment. Definitely does look to be faster. I guess we look at XP to level, right? That's what should change. Oh. Stupid. I just realized something, like the equation, even though it's a less of a percentage, it's still going to be just less of a gain. But if we want to reward the player for a certain amount of kills per second, we should take away how much experience it's going to take to level. we should probably take it away, you know, and allow them to level faster that way. When you think about it, like, that would make the most sense. Oh, hold up. I think what we need to do now, as well, we can take this out. I can take that out. Yeah, I figured that was gonna keep that. That is actually running. Hold on. Okay, let's see what that does. That should fix things. We're getting there. We're getting there. So, huh? There we go. We're getting there. Okay. All right. Okay. Now we're gonna try something a little different here. Okay, let's see how this looks now. Just wanted to make sure it worked. I may have to adjust spawns in order to make this a reality. I don't think enough mobs are spawning at a given time. Better we increase the frequency of the check. Alright. Mod frequency. I'm not gonna go further than that. Okay, so you don't need to worry about things. Was that 35 or was that 30? Next one should be 30, correct? We're gonna do a half second on it to begin with. And then that may achieve what we're looking for. 33. Okay, so we'll just hit them all at 35 then. Give it a year. Give it a month. Give it a lifetime. We're getting there. It's almost done. It'll do it on its own. I have faith. Baker, why does that one have such a heart attack? Because my computer doesn't like how much code is in there. And the engine combined with my computer just don't like how much is in. Don't like it. It was a very unhappy thing. Yeah. Yeah, we're waiting. Don't worry, we're just waiting. We are just waiting the good wait. There we are. Oh man. Yeah. That's what we doing. Baker, what are you saying it's not responding? Is that what you're saying? That's exactly what I'm saying. Just give it a moment. Is it gonna crash, Baker? It will not crash. There we go. It's back. See? Oh god, I need a new PC. And yes, it's like that when I'm not streaming too. It's not a streaming thing. It just do be like that. Okay, our kill rate's gone up. XP is still going higher. Alright, we'll give it a moment here. We'll give it a moment. $100 in a second apparently is going to be an interesting thing. Maybe like ability speed helps that actually occur. Maybe that's like where ability speed really comes in handy. Until like, let's see. Recording. Okay. Oh, hello. Why are you even in there? Huh. I don't need that anymore either. I can clean that up. Okay. So I have a theory on why those mobs might be getting stuck where they're getting stuck. We don't have anything running alarm temps. But I have a theory on it, and I do want to test it, so give me a moment. Here 1, 3. in. Oh, this is alpha offline. No, I don't want that. Alpha here. 1. Range 0. And we're setting our range and our gear to 0. So we only have base range so that we can get close enough to the mobs to see what's going on. I have a suspicion on what's going on, but we do need to take a look. We can't just assume. And I did a few runs offline, and it is consistent in the same spot. So I know exactly where to go for where the first one occurs. Is this thing... That's 200 range? Really? Really? That's 200 range? Okay, minus 200 then. I'm gonna give myself a minus 200 on my gear, so when it adds it into it, I'll take away 200. We don't have any range. Oh. No. What is this sorcery? What am I editing? This is alpha. That is alpha. Okay, what about buff equip then? What are you doing? Are you not getting... The range was minus 200. Why? Did I screw up on there? Well, no, because it does add the range. I guess I'll just fix the base range and the player stats. Screw it. $200 shouldn't be that. Shouldn't be that far. Let me see 20. What does that look like? Maybe I'm thinking wrong. Oh. You know why it looks so far? It's the ability speed. They're skipping XYs because of how fast they move per step. That's what it is. I can almost guarantee you ability speed is going to be range as well. I can actually almost bet you. That's what's going on here. I didn't actually think about that when I was making the game. That ability speed, because of how fast they're going, and they can skip over XY places, that actually equates to range. Because if it does 30 steps, or like, yeah, see? Let's see. No, there's still... Ooh, that is interesting. Why aren't you... What did I do? If point distance X start, Y start. Can you... Global max distance. Is definitely correct. Why though? Why aren't you running, Buttercup? You're being called. You're not being called. You're not being called. You're not being called. And you're not being called. Look at that. Made some mistakes during my optimization. Got carried away. I got carried away. No. Maybe 180 is doing an infinite. Maybe it's creating an infinite loop. Okay, 0. And then we'll have our range of 20. See what that does. I mean, some of, like, it started to want to, and then just stopped. Why? There we go. Now it's working for some reason. Didn't like the old code, apparently. I don't blame it. I mean, it was more inefficient. So we just got half the code taken out now. Oh my. Who attacked me? Okay, we're gonna have to adjust some things on their damage. We'll increase their health, but their damage increase is gonna have to be drastically reduced. Oh my. I think we're gonna need some range. I think we're gonna need some range here. Let's go to... Oh. Well, that hit the stress. Alright. Now it should be back to the original default. Okay, that's better. Okay. Movement speed is 8. Where's ability speed? Because that is going to be our default, so we do need to set the... There we go. 8... 24. 24 will be default then. A good rule of thumb with the game is 3 times movements. Your ability speed is 3 times your movement speed. And the reason for that is it allows them to keep up better. We have a... Yeah, we have 8. At least it used to be like that. It's not like that anymore with the timer. Oh yeah, not like that anymore with the timer. Oh. Oh, I changed that. Oh my, hi. Interesting. Why are you all stuck underneath those things? Interesting. Yeah, we found our problem. I kind of thought that's worse than I thought. Wow. Didn't I take out all the code for you? That's why it's worse than I thought. Oh. You got empty code there. Why are you... There's nothing there. I mean, in theory, this shouldn't matter because they're gonna be destructible anyways. But I would kind of rather like, get it fixed and then go work on them being indestructible and all that. Because we still have to expand this out to all the other NPCs, and then we got to expand this out to all the other destroyable objects as well. So there's still an immense amount of work to do. Where right now what we're doing is we're setting the framework for it so that we can copy and paste these systems significantly easier. Okay, so they get underneath these, and then there's no place free because they're interacting with an object, which then causes them to stay still. Understood. Okay, so... Where's this? Here we go. What are you? Parent, enemy, and that. Can I make it? Ooh. Ooh, that could be dangerous. Let's try it. Worth it. Worth it to try it. That could be great. Let's see what we can do here. Let's open up a new workshop here. We're working on something new. We fixed that. We're working on fixing the problem right now. I did that right. We just integrated every single object. Okay, so you're stuck for some reason. Noted. Maybe we're stuck together. Damn it. I needed to see why. Okay, we still got mobs stuck in place. Oh. Okay, so they're still sticking there. Still sticking. Still sticking. Still sticking. So what if we make the things destroyable here? Does this fix the issue? Can we like use the proper mechanics? We're not worried about that right now. Okay, grab that. Grab that. Let's see what happens with this. Okay, let's see what happens here. Let me solve this easily then. Uh-oh. Just have it check that in general. Let's see. Worth it to check. Oh, are they ignoring things now? Oh no, now they're ignoring things. Okay, so the other isn't working. don't know if that's gonna create issues because it's being sent first. We have to test that. It'd be a really efficient way to do this. Maybe... This could be really jank, but we're going to see how it works. And here, the next one. Okay, this might work. We'll see. I have a feeling this is what's going on. Okay, first off, let's just find a wall. Confirm wall. That's the wrong wall. Oh my. Oh my. No? Did we break it? Okay. Okay. Separate integrations then. Separate integrations. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a moment. Unfortunate. Is there... Let me reset this layout here. Okay. Interesting. I'll take it, I guess. So we know this ran here like that, and we set movement speed was at the top, and so was alarm 11. Right here. Okay. So there's that. And then next we needed this here, and then we'll just grab it all. Grab it like that, and then we can get rid of this. To this. That is totally not working for my life. Rid of that. And okay, so now we have the original code the way it looked before. This should work correctly now. Interesting that throwing that into one solitary parent made an issue. And actually having them split up is what creates the totality of the situation. Good to know, though. It's good to know, though. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, we got objects being destroyed right now. I could sometimes forget that I can just go right through them. I kept it like that for right now. We don't have anybody stuck underneath tables. We do have some guys stuck over here. Okay, so we do have some guys getting stuck still. Okay. We do not have an interaction for you. That would be why. Over here. Copy that. Put that into here. Alright, let's take a look at what we look like now. It's one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Okay, we're looking good there. We got two stuck right there. Because they're not getting hit. So even getting hit, we're having issues. Okay, these guys look like they kind of spawned on top of each other or something. That's interesting. This is interesting. What is our security measure gonna look like then for these? Let me close these down, and we're just gonna open up. Actually, yeah, we do alarm 11. We don't have this triggering at all. We have this just going to this. Oh, we don't need the parent collision. So it's finding places. Why are you not moving then? So it just keeps calling, keeps calling, keeps calling. Are they getting themselves stuck then? It has nothing to do with this. It just has everything to do with the scaling system that I gave them? Question mark? Hold on. Let's see. We're gonna remove the scaling system and we're gonna take a look. We can put that in alarm 10 for right now, to be honest. Works perfect. 10 is empty, doing nothing. Okay. So they spawned on top of each other. They were stuck. So the spawning can be an issue. Yeah, see? Okay, so we gotta figure out how to stop that. Okay, so that seems to be our current problem, is the spawning problem, which we have with other things too. So I think that will be our current issue that we're going to be looking at. We can kind of finish up some other things there. Or we, well, yeah, I think that's going to be our best bet to look at. Yeah, here we go. See. Okay, so they're spawning on top of each other. Okay, so it's my spawning system. So how are we gonna make my spawning system know? How are we gonna make it know? How are we gonna make it know? It checks if place free, but... that's only 1 pixel. It needs to check for a radius to be free. So that the NPCs can freely spawn. And then we can work from there. I'm going to ponder that one in my head here, but we're going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we are going to continue on with this. We're making really, really good progress. Really good progress, so happy with that much. But do remember I keep the stream ad-free while I'm here and only run ads when I go on break or during my support streams, and lurking during those times does help support funding of the game. There we go, my brain. But I do want to thank you all for sticking around and watching, and for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around, I will see you all when I come back. Or when my brain's not even ready. Be like that and use it all to my benefit. That's all I do. Fix your game. It's not my problem. I didn't get any... That actually was no suspensions or anything on my account, but I quit shortly after. I was happy to not get any suspensions done on my account and everything. That was cool. But, like, they didn't go back on what they said. So it was still like, you could be banned. You know, and it's like, at that rate, I don't feel like fucking dealing with it. I really don't. They can go have fun and make the game. Let me make sure everything's all set up here. I'll go ahead and get into this. Bring this over here. Reset that. Okay. Alright. Were we still getting an error with this and everything? Let me see. I just need to see where we're at mentally. Gotta refresh myself. Sinuses are a little bit better today, but not too much better. So not really excited about that, but let's do what we can. Why did you hit escape? Okay, still getting an error. Okay, that's right. We got it to. Okay. Step counter goes into here, and then here is still the issue. Okay, let's look at our other code. Buff interactions, number level. That did that. And then it just goes straight into this. What's up, Hip? There we go. Hippon, how you doing? Wait. Yeah, that name is. I'm just gonna call you Hypo, homie. No offense. Unless you want to, like, kind of enunciate it out for me. I don't mind learning. I can't even take a gather out of that name. My brain just completely shuts off. How you doing now? Okay, so we open this. This does that. So it's the creation of it that allows that to happen? But when it's already present, it becomes an issue? That's kind of weird. That is kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm doing well, Just getting started on the day. Currently trying to figure out this error here. Essentially, because this number is a string and the player can enter in whatever they want, it can't detect what it actually is, and I'm trying to figure out how to get it to that point of being able to detect it. To only have this register when there's something to detect. Oh, God. I hate it. It's probably going to be this. I hate when it's this. Okay. We do that, right? Now we can move this over here, and maybe this will work. You just started your second game with the gamemaker? Very nice. Very nice. What did you use for your first game? There. Okay. Yeah. All right. We're getting somewhere. We got another error, but we did clear everything up there, so that's good. Okay. All right. We are definitely getting somewhere here. We're definitely getting somewhere. Okay. We're gonna clean the keyboard string here just as a default. This way it can reset itself down to a nothing value there, hopefully. And we can go from there. We did get an error, but... Okay, that's not working there. Okay, bring that back in. Bring that back over here. Bring that back over here. It'd probably be the... Oh, it's automatically, it keeps clearing it over and over again. Yeah, I'm stupid. Okay, never mind. Was also gamemaker? Oh, very nice. What is the current game you're working on? Like, what type of game? Okay, there's that. Okay. So we know we have that there. I kind of want it visually to show up and indicate to the player that... I mean, maybe if I just put the clears on when it hits true up there and I click, that might work. Because we have that working. We do get this error here when I hit 0 again, and this is if counter under 1. That's because it gets cleared. Let's try that. Oh, very nice. So you're making more of a roguelike game. Very nice. Okay. I'm essentially right now, I'm just trying to force it to break every way possible. And just trying to figure it out. Let's actually just bring this here, like that. It's gonna be wiser. Bring that down there. To make them not all spawn at once, you can do different things. Give me one moment to test this. There we go. Okay. Alright, so we hit an error there. A few different things you can do. You can do commands such as like place free or anything like that. Any of your free placings, if position free. You can make animations if you want on the ground and have those as a placeholder for how long you need to actually have before the thing spawns, so you can have it like destroy itself and then run an alarm somewhere else if you so want to, or parent it to run an alarm. You can also use things like instance count, which is like over here. They even have a visual one for it, where you can just set a variable for an individualized instance count, and you can set that to a target, and then this actually gives you a cap of the enemies themselves, so you don't have to worry about them like over spawning and degrading, you know, your overall performance of the game. And then you can use things like alarms and such like that in order to make the spawning happen in a more fluid way, essentially. And you can have any number of variables you want to dictate how things are with like the waves and stuff like that. Do you want, you know, there's many different ways. You can just have a set amount spawn and collapse in, and then that's it. And in which case you would just run it as a simple alarm, and the alarm runs once for the wave, and then you're good. You don't have to worry about them spawning in further after that. If you want them consistently spawning in, you can make it so that if it goes under a certain amount of mobs, then it's capable of spawning. And then you could have things like set up like a total number, and then like if total number is achieved, then you can have it stop running the alarm and then switch to another alarm to have the next wave ready for you and such. So there's an insane amount of ways that you can handle your spawning. It's more going to depend on how do you want the player to feel when the spawning occurs. And depending on how you want the player to feel will depend more on how you set up your spawn system. Alright, so we got that value there to actually despawn and such. But when we hit... made a keyboard string greater than 0. I wonder if this 0, 0 exists somewhere else too. Like if I... let me go into my upgrade on my potions here, where I make my potions, and let me try that, actually. That's gonna make sense to try real quick. No, see when I do 1, 0, I can't do more than 1, 0. Why is that? There it is. That's a key there. What creates that situation? That is our key. Is this our problem here? Is we need to convert this earlier? Are we at a place where you can convert this earlier? You're not going to scream at me for this? I feel like you're going to scream at me for that. You figure out how to make a background and then you'll make enemies. What software are you using for art? I personally don't do the art, my girl does that whole thing. She uses Adobe Illustrator and she has a tablet and pen. Okay, still getting an issue. Okay, now the error moved to this instead. Instead of this, it's the same thing. Okay, so we're still sitting in the same glorious location we were at before. Okay, so that can just go back down there. I almost feel like I need to make a generalized thing for this to allow the player to enter in values for all of the buttons themselves that we're going to be creating. So I really feel like that's going to be my best bet. So we'll make like we did here with the levels. I think this might work the best way. And then we can just have them slot in the way of those numbers will adjust. So player enters in how many soul points they want to put in. I guess that would make sense to the rest of the system, only due to the fact that everywhere else you put in how many levels you want to put in. And it wouldn't make sense to have somewhere else, if you can put in a value, to have it put in for a different value than what the player would be used to. it would be better to let the player become used to what they always are going to put in for their values when they get the option to input the value. Keep everything kind of like, yeah, I think that's gonna make the most sense. Keep everything working solidly like that. Okay, so what we can do there, is we'll go ahead and just duplicate this thing here, and instead we'll call it object. What is this system called? What do we want to call this system? Level scaling input, we'll call, okay, so level scale input, we'll call this. Oh god, my OCD is not gonna do it. Not gonna do it, not gonna do it, not gonna do it. You can... Level is okay, but not input and scale. You can't do that. Can't do it. God, I wish my OCD did not make me have to do that all the time. It is not good coding practice. That's what happens. That's what happens. Okay, so we're going to bring this down here. And then this way we'll have the code there, and we can adjust. Okay. We gotta adjust a lot of code. That's what we gotta do. Okay. I just want to close these things down. That out. Take that out. And that out. Okay. And you know what? Let's save this really quick. Let's open up a new workshop so we can have things cleaned up for ourselves. And we know what we're looking at. We got everything nice and close. Let's see. We are gonna have to copy this part in as well. Only due to the fact that this is going to be... And we need a draw GUI for this. This is going to be a GUI draw. We can get rid of that. We'll come over here, draw GUI, and cut that. Oh, actually, can I undo my mistake here? I fucking love it. It's fine. That's fine. Why is it fine? Because I could just come over here and copy the damn thing. Oh. Okay. Take that. Copy that. Copy it, don't cut it. Do that. Okay, now we got an empty draw event, so it doesn't draw itself except for when it's on the GUI and it's activated, so we don't have any issues with that. And we'll just need to adjust values over, essentially, to what we need. Actually, soul points required. Just call it soul points. I don't know, why did I call it soul points required up here? What do you mean required? I can fix that wording later. These aren't final assets, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to be going back over a lot of this shit, so... And I have to have an entire day anyways where I sit down and make sure all the wording sounds good. Sounds right, it's all correct, everything is needed. It's not placeholder stuff to make me mentally remember what things are and stuff like that. You know, just for easier programming. So... I'm not gonna sit there and worry about that. This one was pause. I remember this was pause level. That had to be pause level. Okay. I think we'll just copy pause level because that's going to be the value here. Anywhere where we see temp level. This will become... We're gonna make two different values for the levels. We're gonna make them. Oh, okay. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me make a value here. Input level. We'll call it that. Input level pause. Just so if I need to name something within the lines of that again, it'll make more sense. Okay, and I'm going to save editing these for when I get to them, because I'm going to use these templates more or less to help indicate the other buttons and which are active and such. Because they'll have different ratios and all that kind of stuff. I think that's going to be a good bet. Get rid of that. You don't need it. You're not a parent of that. Let's actually do that right now, just so I can throw it in game. And we're gonna keep this one template. I'm gonna get rid of the rest. I think that works. I'll just get rid of that too. Okay. And there's that. So then what we do here is we make this we're gonna cut all cut all that out. Let me go ahead and grab this really quick. So that this will actually just be a step. I don't need this for... I actually don't need that. I actually don't need this. I guess I can throw it in there later for confirmation. If the player wants to so click it, I can do that. I can throw that in later. That'll be fine. Whatever. We'll do here. I guess because we want to think about that later too, we'll create some values here. Level counter will stay as a value. And we'll say if... I know we just had that whole thing here, and yes, we're just going to reset at the same time. I'd rather just get rid of the thing and then think of it fresh than anything else. Let's do a, just in case here, a security of a destroy instance of that. And we'll figure out the later code we need to put in with that in order to make all of that work correctly. And what we're doing here is, I guess we could say if equals false, if level counter equals false and instance exist of scale input equals false, then you can click that. Otherwise, you will need to escape out of the current one you're in, whatever menu you're in, and then you'll be able to access this. I actually kind of like that more than just adding in a bunch of... I actually like that more. And then we'll do a else down here. And we say if equals true. We're gonna set you to false. And we're going to delete that instance. And we'll figure out what else we're going to do with that. We're just going to give it a designated spot to spawn all of them. Or for all of them. We're going to have the thing coming down here, and we'll just make it spawn right here. Spawn right around here. Something that'll naturally grab the player's eye. My OCD is not liking that. There we go. Okay. Go to inspector here. We'll just snag these coordinates, and this way we can use this for everywhere. Or for all the other ones too. Makes it easy. And then layer will be menu layer. Baker, even your layers have the capitalizing? Yeah, I know. Please, let's just not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay. Got an error. That is insanely confusing. I'm getting the same fucking error that I was getting before. So everything I was doing was fine then. Oh my god. Alright, so it's further back than that. Our fix is further back than that. Our fix is going to be suggested in here, maybe. That is absolutely beautiful. I love it. Let's reset that layer, or this layout. There we go. Who holds that value? I wouldn't have. Did I put the... Did I really put it in here? No. Here we go. Global player level. Okay, so we put that in there, and then that... So what's the prop? What's the... Literally, what is the issue? It's just such a weird bug. I love when things work in one room and they don't work in another. I absolutely adore it. That's just a placeholder. Maybe? Yeah. That's just a parent. Oh. Oh, this is absolutely phenomenal. I am having so much fun. So much fun. Okay. Then I guess kind of let's just copy the way that was done. Let's use pause level instead of input pause. Let's just do that then. Kind of weird. How did I... What was the greater than in the step then? Temp level? No, this is its own value here. These are temp level. Yeah. Is it because it's a global? Do you register it better because it's a global? Where is temp level made? That's my next question. Where do I make temp level in here? Where did I make temp level? I could have sworn that was in this here. Wasn't it? Did I miss it? Did I scroll over it? I see level spent. I don't see temp level. Where do I initially put temp level then? Is temp level literally only a creation during the whole thing, and that's why? I think so. I literally think so. It can't be a value if it's not entered in as a value, so it sits there empty. But when you make it a value before, you fuck up the whole thing? Really now? Really now? Really? We are going to have to make it a global because it's going to have to be read into other things, unless I guess I made it a parent into things. It's not a system though, it's going to be called. It's not going to affect mob spawning, we're just going to make it global. If it affects how many mobs will spawn, we would change it, but to be honest, it doesn't. It does not at all. So we're just gonna plop that on over there. Let's see what that does. Interesting. That works. This will be interesting. Oh, we still got an error. If under 1. Yeah, no, we're still getting the same thing. Why? What are you doing that is so damn... Like, what are you doing that is so different? If global player equals less than 1, that's a different variable. That's not the same variable. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's not the same variable. This would be pause level. This is going to be pause level less than 1. And then from there we can run the code as it is. That should work. That was the issue. Very stupid issue. In the sense of like a very easy mistake that should have been easily noticeable. And instead it took me like fucking 40 minutes. See? Okay, I don't know why I hit 1 and that number popped up. But it did. It's fine. It's fine. At least we're not crashing, right? That's what matters at this point, okay? That's step 1 figured out. We're not crashing anymore. And we could probably take this and implement it into the actual thing and not have this input value thing. And we may do that, actually. We may do that. But to be honest, I am going to get myself ready for a break. That's a little bit early to 1. Because it is, I'll just run an ad now, and then when I get back from my break, and that'll be it. But, yeah, definitely be sure to give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't already. subscribe to the channel. You want to hit me out of nowhere. And do remember I don't run ads unless I'm on my break or running support streams, so you lurking during those times does keep the stream ad-free. I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around, and I will see you all when I come back. I forgot to record. Okay, for recording's sake, we edited it in a less than so that we can have it show up even when there's no value. And we are working with, what did I put in here? We have an enter here that we're going to be testing for the mob slider. It worked the same as if you clicked it. And a escape, the same as if you clicked it more or less, but didn't want things to save. So we're testing that really quick. Just adding in other ways to do things. Why? Oh, that's if... Oh, we need to add a, okay. But anyways, why didn't that... Oh, that's annoying. Hold on here. This thing should have... Wait. Oh, do you want an else? You probably want an else here. You probably want an else. Is that gonna work? Or do you want me to, like, else the draw? Why not just else the fucking draw? Can we else the draw? We just, like, draw an else? Here. No? I can't do that? You don't? I think we actually could do that. I think I can do that. I know what I can do there. Is this gonna allow me to do it? Yeah? Do you like this? I don't know if you like this. I don't know if you like it. We'll see if you like it. No. Okay. I think. No, because then if it... No. This is going to draw two things, though. I'm going to draw two things. anything here? We're gonna be messing around with a lot of this here soonish. This will be more on my final optimization days when we start getting into a lot of these things to start increasing mob size by, or mob count by as much as humanly possible. It'll also include in going through and trying to make everything non-globals where we don't need it. Because right now I'm just making a very baseline fundamental lines of code so that I can just have a good firm understanding of how the engine works, and then I can expand out from there to making it more optimized. And that is why my code essentially looks sloppy. It's how I like to learn. I'm weird, I guess. The issue is if this is false here, it's not gonna draw this here. If you click the other one. So I need a way. Is there a switch that I could use for this, maybe? I might be able to use a switch within it. No, because we have to have a value that's going to be set to true whenever something happens. It needs to be true all the time. What could we do with that then? Maybe if I just did it like this, hold on. Maybe we have this run first, and then we have this run afterwards as a secondary check. So it won't make it that far, unless it's there. I think that's actually gonna work. I think that'll be fine. I think that'll be fine. Order of operation can always save you. There we go. Order of operation. Okay. Got an error with that one there. Not 100% on what that was for. Mob slider step. Spawn value. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so those are little things I'm gonna have to figure out there in time. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. So we get a little more out. A little more out. My head is fairly fried today, but I'm gonna try to get as much work as I can done. Get as much work as I can done. I'm gonna go ahead and run some ads and everything like that. Do remember, streams stay ad-free while I'm here because I only run ads during my support streams and when I am taking my breaks, so your lurks during that do mean the world. I'll go ahead and see you all when I come back from the break, and cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. Okay, let's see what those are. Yeah, I told you. Okay, those don't matter. Anyways. So we got this finally to work. Now I want to try something here. If clicked equals clicked. Oh Lord. Okay. We're just gonna try some things now. Oh, there is one other thing I want to try before I do this. Well, we're gonna try this first because it's here. If it works, awesome. But I want to try not having the camera switch. Okay, so that does not. It does not want to work. I mean, to be fair, it would be constantly updating. Okay. I want to take out those camera point of views now. Hopefully they won't be needed anymore. There we go. Okay. Alright, good. Okay. Well, we don't need that right now. We can get rid of that. That's gonna help. Give it a moment here, though. It's gonna need a moment. That one is gonna need a moment. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was running ads. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. I don't know if an ad ran or not within the time period. I apologize if you got one. I'm so sorry. I'm glad I looked over. Glad I looked over and had the time to wait. That's rude of me. I was so focused on just get back into coding and figure this out. My apologies. My apologies. This thing is just gonna take its time. Sometime this year it'll be done. Oh, I have a link to the current support stream still. Jesus. Man, I'm sloppy today. My apologies, everybody. I don't have that community update one. We're not even going to be here for too much longer. We'll still do that. This is ridiculous how long this is taking. This thing is literally still going. Still thinking about it. We have to close it though. We have to sit through it. Like you're wondering, like, Baker, is it? You mean it's like the not responding again? Yeah, I mean it's the not responding again. Like, we just gotta wait it out. One day I'll get a better PC. One day. I almost want to like pause my timer. Holy shit. At the same time, it's like a nice way to have a timer of how long this shit has taken. This is remarkable. Oh man. Absolutely remarkable. I just wanted to close down a window, free up some performance, you know? Yeah. I mean, that's all we wanted to do. I don't know what I'm freeing up at this point. Mother Earth? It's gotta be Mother Earth is gonna be cleared up at this point. Maybe I should have went in there and just closed one alarm at a time. I think that probably would have been the wiser decision. Oh man, probably would have been the wiser choice. Maybe we can make that code smaller by making a DS grid and then assigning spots in the DS grid, and then I'll only have one spawn on there, and then put if place free in DS grid, it spawns that. Ah. Well, that could free up a lot of steps. That could increase mob spawning by a fuck ton if that works, as I think it would. Oh. Okay, after we work on this and we get this whole thing done, that'll be my next project. We might be able to improve mob spawning even more and get more mobs. We might get more mobs. maybe do even a... Oh. Might be able to do something even easier than that. I might be able to do something easier than that. We might be able to do a circle radius and then have the numbers of the circle radius actually be randomized generated, and then have those values fit in, and if a place free is within those values, then it'll spawn those mobs, and then we can have that number there actually follow the player. Ah, look at that stuff. Sometimes, you know, like just sitting there and waiting for things to happen, and things, like, you can think of things. Some ideas we have to kind of just mess around with. I'm always trying to make this mob spawning better. I'm always trying to have it higher. I'm always trying to think of ways. Always trying. When we do that though, we'll be saving it over, we'll be saving our current version into a separate version, and then we'll make like 2, maybe 3 different versions, and then we'll compare them all, and like I'll figure out a way to get a mob counter up for me too, so that I can compare everything and actually know what's going on. We will work on that. Kind of just fried my brain thinking of that whole thing. Anyways, let's see. What do we call that? Is it Mr. 1? Pause. My brain is so fried. You can do it with my... Okay, let's see what that does for right now. Why don't you detect it? What if we told you like a... Just, let's say. I should read it with the sprites of bounding boxes, but maybe it's not. Oh. Okay, so now we got something happening here. We got something happening here. Alright, we are getting somewhere now. Now if we take that out, we come back in here. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Oh. Okay. I think we're just gonna go ahead and call it here for the night. My brain is absolutely fried right now. Not so much the night. Well, maybe the night. I'm gonna end off, do a support stream, and we'll see if we come back later. Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we were working on the slider some more. But it wasn't the actual full slider itself, it was the button for it. Let me go over there and see where we left off. I know it wasn't far enough to go in-game. That's all I remember. Okay. We can get rid of you. That was one thing I needed to do. We can get rid of that. I don't need that anymore. I don't need this anymore. Okay. So, draw GUI here. Probably actually draw a text as well. I'll do XY on it. The dreaded XY. Working fast right now because we're early on. So now it's working a little better. It's slow, but oh, there we go. There we go. It's starting to have issues already. Alright, so we're just gonna do that instead then, and we'll say like y minus 150, I guess. Yeah, that should be about correct. Because I think, oh no, it's not it's a 50, so 50. 50 should be all I have to do. Actually, it should be, yeah, no, minus, I want it to go above. And then here, we're going to say that. And then here, we're going to say that. I guess just for my own OCD's sake, we'll do that. Okay. Alright, so let's just take a look and make sure that's updating correctly in game, and we'll move from there. This will be the button to make it so the player can set it manually without having to use a slider, and it'll also be what we use to display the percentage when the player moves the slider. Good. Now if it'll, definitely does not update real time there because it's not connected to each other. That's fine. Okay. What we can do for that though is this. Could we just assign it to slider parent, or do we have to assign it to the other one? We'll see. It's gonna be one of those two. I don't know if this is sending to or if it's gonna pick up from as well. Oh, I clicked that. Okay, no, that's sending to. Okay, I kind of thought that was gonna be sending to. Over then to you. Try you next, and we'll see if you work. I was hoping maybe we could just use the parent for it, and it would just always send to both, but we'll see. So, let's see what we got to do. That was literally not picking up anything. Interesting. Okay, so what we can do then would be this. We really want to have everything sent. Probably be the most logical thing to do. What's good, Nip? How you doing, man? So we're gonna have to create this into a global right before a temporary global. I want to get everything else replaced first. And then we'll focus on that. You're doing fine? Good to hear, man. Good to hear. Okay, we're probably going to get an error here, but let's see first. I foresee we're going to get an error because of this. Or it doesn't calculate correctly because it's not picking up correctly. I guess since I foresee it happening, probably should just... Let's test it and break it first. Can always be surprised. But I am pretty much guaranteeing that this is going to either not work correctly or shoot me an error. There we go. There's the error. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought it would say. Okay. Alright, let's shoot this into a global real quick. Might be able to just shoot this into a global. Why did you put a dash there? Good to hear that, man, that you're doing good. You're just grinding away. Just grinding away. Alright, copy both of those. Put that down here. This one here. That might stop the error from shooting. There we go. Okay, we are not... Okay, so now we need to adjust this to change correctly again still. Okay. Yo, what's good, Sci-Fi? How you doing, man? Alright, we'll go back into this sloppy code here. And we're going to need to grab it from you here. And adjust these all over here to this. And then that will pick up from that and then adjust those appropriately. So funny, Florida Jesus. Just vibing right now. Not really too awake today, so just doing what I can. There we go. Okay, now they're changing correctly. Alright, so we have our spawn value coming over here, and now we'll work on everything else we need to do with this. Okay. That's good there. Live into Baker ASMR. I'm about a third awake. Still looking through songs. Oh, for, are you referring to for your video? Okay. Comes next. I wanted to, in this slider, actually, in the parent. There's a couple things I wanted to do here. We're gonna make something called a mob. I'm gonna call this mob slider speed, right? And we're gonna set that to, I believe it was 25 is what we had. And now what we're gonna do is we want to pop this before this. We're gonna take this and we're going to get the sprite width of the bar, and then we're gonna divide that by that. And we're going to be using this equation here to actually know how many max steps can be taken. Because the width of our bar and the steps we take because of the movement, as long as we divide the speed of our character, which is how many pixels it moves per step, as long as we divide that by the width of the actual object, we have exactly how many steps it can to go to get to 100. And then this way our 100% scaling system can always be at 100% no matter what size we make the bar itself. It'll be automatically detecting for it. And then you'll be able to also quickly adjust the speed of the slider too if you so want to, as the individual programming and everything, because this is eventually going to be lessons for like a video and everything at some point on how to, you know, I made the entire system within itself for the mob density slider, or just system as a whole. Is there an upgrade for speed for your character? It's uncapped. You can go as high as you want. The only things that have caps in the game are dodge, crit chance, attack speed. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Well, it's a delicate balance. As you increase your attack speed, you'll also have to increase your ability speed in order to make your abilities keep up with your attack speed. Otherwise, they'll lag behind you, and then you lose the effectiveness, and you're going to be taking a lot more damage. So there's a balance between it all. And then at some point, if you're going too fast, you can't control your character anymore. So, you know, you're going to be at risk for taking, you know, accidental damage and such like that as well. Yeah, it's actually not a good thing to have too much attack and too much movement speed. It's actually not a good thing. Sounds good though, Sci-Fi. You take care, and I hope work goes by fast for you. It's actually not a good thing to have it unless you want it, unless you have the rest of the stats to support the recklessness. So you'll need, you know, health, armor, you know, ability speed to kill mobs faster as well if you so choose to. So, and then you have your health per 5 and your health per kill. Is Arcaplasmor good? I mean, as far to my knowledge, it is, yeah. I haven't played the game since February, but from what I've seen watching streams, like, yeah, it is still in a very, very good spot. Meaning after the element rework that has recently taken place. Hope you're doing well though, Turo. So I should get it. I mean, Warframe is a game about you getting anything you want to test with. That's like, if you're gonna ask me if you should get something in Warframe, the answer is yes. You get anything in Warframe, and you have fun with it, and you see if you like it. Anything. The Sisters whole thing there, where you get the tenant weapons from, the little keys that you get from the Corpus missions, and you put into the hand and all that. I would look up a guide on all of that kind of stuff if you don't exactly know how to do it. I would definitely look up some guides, because there's really easy ways to do it really fast and efficiently. And that would be like the best way to do it, is just kind of do some research yourself there and figure it out. I used to just grab Mesa and run in there, but you can do it with, I've done it with Orgris as well. Like, Orgris is actually a really good weapon to use for it, so you can use any frame you need. If you get Orgris with a Napalm mod, oh. I think it's Orgris. Is that the one for the Napalm mod? The Kuva Orgris? Right? Something like that. That good AoE weapon usually just works well in general. And then yeah, Requiem mods as well. No. You can do either of them. If you haven't done any, you won't have that Orgris then. I would look up guides definitely then. I would definitely look up guides if you don't have any Kuva weapons. But no, you don't need to do Kuva first. It's the same system, but they're just different weapon sets and factions. But yeah. More or less the same system, I guess you could say. Okay, so in the slider here, we have this, right? And that's the max value. Well, how do we have that detect to that though? Is this gonna do the annoying thing then if I do this where it shoots over 1? I think this is gonna do the annoying thing where it shoots over 1 and then I have to write extra lines of code to prevent it from shooting over 1. More so than this. Yeah, no, we're gonna just do this. This is easier. Because all this is you take the x coordinate and then you add half the width and then you subtract half the width. And that's it. That's literally all that is. There's no all I really have to say is if that's too much math for you, I don't really know what to say for you. What would be the other thing though? See, we have the mob slider here, this system here. Is there a way we can incorporate this to work with that? Oh, it just uses position before the current, so yeah, no, okay, yeah, this is not needed. Okay. This is literally just unnecessary then. Okay, cool. Okay. I thought maybe I was gonna have to do something like that, or like it would make sense too, but if I don't see it make sense too, I'm not gonna bother with it. You're gonna go look for a guide? Take care, Turtle. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and grab this. Do that. Say less than one does this whole thing here. And do that. Then we say this. We play this to this. And we say we don't need, we say this greater than 100. And we don't need that, we don't need that, or that. I think that gives us our ability to type in there now. Let's see. And then what we're going to do afterwards is we're going to make it so that when you enter in the value here, it'll send over to the slider and tell the slider where to go. Okay. Good. Okay. I know what we gotta do. That's perfectly fine with me. Just grab this right here. It's gonna make more sense. And we say if this greater 0 that. Okay, so that didn't affect that at all, which is good. Alright, let's just relaunch because we actually... Let me take care of this in the damn slider here. Is it this one right here? The destroy instance. I'm gonna copy this, grab another. And then we're gonna grab this right here, and we're gonna have this thing start deleting. Because it's getting on my nerves and it needs to get done. In C# count system, where if you +1 until yeah, that's what I was explaining earlier. That's what I was explaining earlier. When I was trying to set up the other system, I was like, we're just gonna have to add a few more lines of code because of that problem. What I did here to get around that issue was I put a hold up, wait a minute. I'll find the slider. Yeah, pretty much GML is a combination between Java and C#, and then it compiles in C++. That's the easiest way to describe GML. It's a hybrid between Java and C# and it compiles in C++. That's why a lot of this kind of looks familiar with C#, and at the same time other parts are like, well, that doesn't look like C#, because it's Java. Okay, so now we have that destroy there and everything. Where was I showing you here? Oh, okay, that's right, how I prevent that. So we have mob value equals greater than 100, but then I have a secondary check of bar position, and it just checks the exact position, and if it goes greater than that, it just exits. So it immediately always stops it at 100, and same with 0. And the easiest way to find this is you just find the XY coordinate of wherever you're going to be placing this. It's centralized location. And then you take the width of your object, divide that by 2, and then you can just add and subtract both sides by that number. And then that's your number. It's very simplistic to do. So you don't, like, in my opinion, at least, you shouldn't have to worry about grabbing other variables and making it grab other variables and that type of stuff when you have something this simplistic. Basic math you can do in your head, essentially. But yeah, that's another thing you could do as well, is you just set up the XY on this, and you say X plus, like, width divided by 2, and then, like, X minus width divided by 2, and then that can likely do this exact same calculation for you, and the computer should just do it itself then, or the engine should just do it itself. So I guess that would look something like, well, let's go ahead and like make that here real quick just to show you that nonsense. So we have sprite, where are we at? Sprite width divided by 2, and then we call this, we call it anything we want really, but we'll call this point to bounding box. We'll just call it point to bounding box width. Why not? If we want to get really technical with it, so like we know exactly what the hell it is, and then you can just say, probably be better because this thing does have an empty thing here. It'd be get sprite width. Isn't it get sprite width? WIDH width. There we go. And where's the get sprite width that I used earlier? Am I blind? Sprite. Oh, you can get bounding box index actually. Oh. Oh. Well, that's really all you need there is the bounding box index. That's actually, I just learned something. That should be literally all you need is a bounding box index. Let me see if that's right. That's interesting. This is why I don't mind, like, sometimes just going around and screwing around with things. You'll never know really what you'll find. I mean, I'm only 6 months into this engine, so it's not like I'm gonna know everything about the damn engine. So we'll call this R, and we'll call this left, or L. Alright, so we'll just grab both of these so that we can easily come over here with it. We're gonna drop it below here, just so we can do that. And this one is greater to or equal to, so this is gonna be our right. I don't know 100% if this is gonna work or not, but we'll see. It might need actual positions. But this is interesting to see. And if it breaks it, it's easy to fix. So. I have a feeling it might not work, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I kind of thought it might shoot an error. Expecting an argument. Expecting a sprite. Oh, expecting a sprite. Oh, my oh shit, I'm stupid. You're expecting a sprite. Yeah, I probably should give you a sprite to look at, huh? Not a fucking object. Oh, man. Oh, boy. I do that sometimes out of reaction, without even thinking about it. I'm trying to get sprites. I'll just do the object because it's like, oh, it's there. It's the sprite. It's the same thing. No, it really not even close, bro. Okay. There you go. Actually, it does work. Oh, it sticks. Oh. Oh. So yeah, you can, there is a way to do it there with that. Okay, so what I was gonna show though, let's go ahead and, so that as you could see there is a little bit of an option there. But spray, where's the width? Is there like a, I remember a get width that I used. Here's get height. Keep going down, and eventually we'll find, here's width. Get width. Okay. So we grab this. And then we can divide this to, call this center. I guess we can call it MSSB center. Slider center? Mob slider center? My OCD is going about this. Slide bar center. There we go. I mean, if I'm going to do this, I might as well do it right enough to where it becomes a good teaching exercise, in the sense of, like, if I'm going to keep it here and it ends up work, you know, like we get it to work, I might as well just keep it here for the regard of anybody can have any size they want. At the end of the day, I was like, yeah, you asked about it, I might as well just do it at the same time. Okay, so we have that there to get our X, or to get our number for our plus and minus. And now what we can do is, actually we'll call this bar, yeah, we'll call this, yeah, this will be the point to bounding box, is what we'll just recall that, actually. And then this one would be center, with this just being X. It'll detect it's X there. And now what we can do is create a few more values. We can actually just create all these within one, to be fair. The only reason why you'll usually see me create other ones is because I'm going to be moving it into another system, and I only need just that little bit, so I'll do stuff like that. But usually you can just combine them all into one. Like, if I have a whole system, I usually throw all the variables into one, if I so, like, if I can, without also having to remove a bunch of stuff because I'm copying it somewhere else. Okay, and we'll call this check left, and then we'll do a check right. Check right. And then what we can do is say X plus, oh, this would be minus, actually. And then this one, X plus here. And what are we looking at here? This is what, check right? Yeah. Do check right over here. This one is greater to or equal to. Then do check left. Down here. And let's see how that works. If I did it correctly, it should work exactly the same as how we had it before. There we go. So, oh, you just went a little past it. What happened there? So you work on one side, but you're not working on the other. Why do you not want to work on the other? What did I do wrong over here? What's wrong on check left? Maybe I didn't like that there. I don't know why I didn't do this in the beginning there, because I made that variable there. My brain was just like, you want that value, do that. I was like, okay, let's see if it works, but that sounds stupid right now. Oh my. So we work in one direction. Don't want to work in the other. Why though? Oh, that is really frustrating. Oh, that is just hellaciously frustrating. Oh, that is very frustrating. Why though? Why though is the question. Because we got one side to work. Because this will work fine now, right? See? That works fine. That's when I had it on the exact value. So why doesn't that want to work over here now? What is the number you're getting then? Let's actually answer that question first. What is the number that is going on here to make you want to do that? I know, it's a very sloppy looking system here, isn't it? It's amazing. $700 by $600. I'll have a day where I actually go through and really optimize code more. What are we getting? We're getting 642? How on earth are we getting 642? How on earth are you getting 640? Oh, maybe. Hold up. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wait a minute. Do you want this? You want this? This? Huh? Is this it? Would this be more to your fancy? I don't know. I'm just gonna throw some things at the wall here. I think I might have just mixed that up, and that's kind of what I'm looking at here. No, now we're getting minus 640. I thought, like, I don't know what I was thinking on that, but I was like, maybe this will make sense. Why don't you, what's the issue? What's wrong with the, can we just, do we do this then? Do we do this? Is this what you want? Is this what you want? I do this? And I know I made this up here for that, but sometimes I like to see if I can just use other things, like more basic stuff, so we don't have to have more variables thrown in. I'll make them just in case, because I'm kind of planning on doing it anyways. But if I can get away with it, I'll do it. We're still at 642. It is literally not the problem. Why, though? What do you... How are you It... Okay. Okay, follow back the math a little bit more then. Follow back the math a little. Just follow the math. Follow the math. This is why you didn't want to do this originally, Baker, and you just do the math manually. Yeah, I know it was. Alright, let's just not talk about it, okay? We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna do it. Accept the fact that this be reality right now, okay? What are we gonna call you? Call you point two, so I know who's who. I guess I know who's who by just looking there. And the other one's called caption, so I'm good there. If I don't know what it is after I just made it, there's probably something wrong with it. Okay, we got 175. That is definitely correct. 175, that's our halfway mark. Okay, so that's right. We have that. And then we have 817 as the X. That is 642. Do we talk about why this isn't making sense then? Why did I need the other number that I have then? This is just led me into a whole different thing here. 817. Wait. Wait a moment. Why is this? Wouldn't the engine is supposed to detect the X as the center point of the damn thing because I have the hitbox thing sent to middle center. Why are you detecting the X as being there? And then my question comes, how the hell does this number work? Because this number shouldn't even be fucking correct. If that is taking half of that, that is only going to half of it. You know what I mean? Because 817 is where we have the current stop, which works. Which means that's 817 right there. But yet, it doesn't. That number before here was 1,167. You saw the number before down there was 992 or something like that? Not even close. Not even close. Yeah, 992. What in the actual not working and not making sense? Why did it work? Why did it work? Are you telling me you work? Just this? It doesn't go over 101 somehow? How? Can we just like talk about how little stuff? When did you start working? Oh, but it doesn't move off now. Okay, okay. Give it a moment. Okay, so now it doesn't move off. Okay. Okay. That's why I put that in there. I thought so. I was like, are you gonna tell me you're gonna slide off too, even? Like, are you... come on. So what if I just did like the mouse position? Is that like... well, obviously the mouse position isn't gonna do it. It'll just stick there. Has to have another variable to stop before that. Okay. So then... so are you saying like I could do this then? Here, like we come down here to this, right? I still don't know why check right is working. That is... that is beyond me right now. That is absolutely beyond me why that actually works. Oh, because it's greater to or equal to, so once it hits 100 there and it's greater to or equal to the halfway point, then it's obviously going to stop no matter what. So the code stops itself because of the initial encounter that happens before the rest of the code runs. And that's why check right works even though it's not the correct number. Okay. 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 Understood. Understood. It took me a moment to look at it and realize it, but that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So then we take this and that, and then boom, look, there it is. Okay, so easy peasy lemon squeezy. We can just, whatever the X is, I don't, not that my brain's gonna understand that whatsoever, but whatever. So then, like, what would we do then? We just take this here, right? And then this. You do that, then. And then that becomes the actual number because it's going from the X, so we just want to take it the whole width of it. And then that's it. We'll remove check left because check left isn't needed, but right now it's just an empty value, or it's just a value sitting there to look pretty. Yeah, now we have 1,167. Okay. Alright, so that's a... not that that makes sense in my head, but that's how you would do it. That's how we're doing it. So that gives you it right there. You use this for your left side for 0. You use this little thing here for your right side, which is nothing more than sprite width plus X. And then you come over here and then you have your 0 and 100, and then you have a secondary check for where your mouse position is on the GUI, and then you do your accordance to that, and then you just have it exit. And it doesn't run any more of the code below. If your mouse goes to the other side and it meets it within the center parameter of both of these here, then it will run through the code. So you should be able to baseline kind of if you needed to figure that out for yourself in like C#. So it's a way to do it. Okay. It was a little bit of a learning experience there. A little bit. That's the thing about trying things. Like, oh, it should just be this easy. I've never done it before, though. Let's see exactly what happens there. Usually, though, with the XY, like I said, it detects into the center. So I found that really weird that it's using... It's using the X over on the other side there, but it's whatever. Whatever. Fine. Let's see. So we're working on this one here. And okay, let's see what happens here. We'll go ahead and click on it and see. Okay. What are you getting mad about? Okay. False. False equals true, and then that. And that'll clear that up, and then I shouldn't get an error. No, still want to give me an error, huh? Ooh. You want to do that. What am I doing wrong? Come up to here. Come over here. Grab you. Take a look at you real quick. Is it on create? Yeah, that's what I'm forgetting. Here. Oh. Okay. Oh, still getting issues. Oh. Do we just want to... I shouldn't have to just do this for the whole damn thing. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know why it's wanting to be so picky. But... we shall appease. Hopefully make it happier. Oh my lord, I'm going to just... What? Who's having the issue now? Mob slider draw? You? What are you having issues drawing? Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Alright, you just... Oh, I get it, I get it. This is what I get for doing all the stupid things over here to do this, and then, like, it's gonna bite me in the ass. And this is why I haven't worked on the system more and just left it really jank for right now. Because I already knew I was gonna have issues and having to keep coming back to it. Well, because you just wanted to change the looks of the sprite based off the percentage. Congratulations, Baker, you did it. Oh my... Okay. Alright. Alright, let's... We're gonna just fight so fucking hard right now. I'm so down to fight you. Okay, are you gonna be happy with this now? Can I go back to this? Can I go back to that? That would be wonderful. One error at a time. We're gonna get there. Oh my god. Just exploded. What do you want now? Yeah, I actually thought that's what it was gonna be. So it's you now? You're the problem? You're the problem. Oh, you are such a problem. Okay, so what if we got rid of you then? Here. I guess. Maybe you'll be happier with that in your life. Will this be everything you've ever dreamed of? Oh my god. Oh my. Do you want me to start you at 1%? Is that, like, I shouldn't have to. I really shouldn't. You should just be fine. Okay, so where I need to look then would be something like this here. This is the code I need to look at then. What do you do? Okay, so we have the level scale input, this right here. This is gonna hold... This is gonna hold our keys right here. Oh my lord. Okay. Alright, I'm done. Okay. I just don't want to talk about it. I really don't want to talk about it. Let's see here. This actually completely unnecessary code. So yeah. About that. That is made so that if I have no soul levels left, that it does not allow you to enter in values. That's what that is. And we're still gonna get some errors here. What do you mean unable to convert? Mob spawn value equals... Okay, so you're gonna want me to do... Okay, okay. So you do need the deletion that we had earlier. Hold up here. Where is it? Okay, this is just not getting me what I want. Where is... Great. You? You might be what I'm looking for. Put you. Great. Put you here. I think if we do that, we'll be okay. We may have to put this somewhere else too. I don't know. There we go. Okay. Good. Okay, we're getting there. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here. And when we come back, we're gonna continue on with this nonsense here. We'll get it all figured out. It's getting there. It's definitely getting there. I do remember I don't run any mid-roll ads while I am here, and only run them during my breaks and during support streams, so your lurking during that does keep the ad, or the streams ad-free otherwise. But, definitely be sure to give the stream a thumbs up if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel, and let me go ahead and get some, or not some gameplay pulled up. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and jump back into this. So we finished this system here, which is great. What I want to do now is a few things that I do want to do. I throw this over here to bring this into here, and not over here. Okay, one sec. Alright, I want to see if I can mentally figure out here how we can make a looping system that scales with level. Because I know we have this here, but we have this global enemy level. We can change this value here into something else that scales. But we have to make it a number. But we have to do something with it to also be able to load every time and have it make sense. So maybe what we do is we are going to create a value for each of these alarms, and we're going to make that value a base value, and that's going to have the current values in it. And then let's start there. Let's just start there. Let's start there. We call this one spawn. No, we don't. It does not like that. Spawn one level. Yeah. Because we have to think about if when the player loads, if they load a saved game, and that's the only reason why we need to create it in that facet that we do. Isn't there an alarm 0? We have an alarm. We have a free alarm. Okay. Okay. 20, 50, 100, 250, 400, 650. I don't know why I wasn't looking there to begin with. 800, 1,000, 1,250, 15, and this doesn't have one, which it shall need one. $15, let's say 32. We'll just leave that as an empty value for right now. Okay. Now, what else did I have? Did I have something else at 32? I don't know, we're gonna do 32. I like the number. It doesn't matter if there's something else occurring and scaling at the same time. It's whatever. I think it's something to do with mob spawning. I think that has to do with the cooldown cap on mob spawning. No. Mob scaling? It used to be mob scaling. We took that out, so now it doesn't mean anything. Cool. Now it means something. Okay. So that is our base value right there. And then actually, is there a way we can simplify this and still meet the same outcome? Maybe we just put in a loop in the beginning of a save game. Loop could get really costly though. If it has to loop hard enough, if to loop enough times. 50,000 loops. It'd be fucking mental. It'd be easier for it just to always have something to multiply by. What would that be? change this around to just... What if I just made it one variable, did spawn level, and then that multiplies by... Hold on. Give me a moment. Could I just save the number? Have this here, and then it saves the number when if I save the game, and then I can pull the number up easier. Then have the number ride through here, and then that's the only number that needs to be saved when the game is saved, and it picks back up with that number. But then how is it gonna know which alarm to activate? How's it gonna know which alarm to activate then? There'd have to be one more variable. This is alarm underscore which. And then we have every time it switches alarm, is that when it gets registered? And then it'll know. And then because of that, we can have it load up the which alarm in here, because we can have it set it to the same variable, and this gets turned into that, and this starts as a 1, and then that value can get switched. For right now, we'll just set it to alarm 1, but that is because we gotta set up the save and stuff like that. I guess we can leave it as alarm which right now because it's gonna be 1 no matter what. That works fine. Okay. So then, what we do. We can come over here Let's look here. If enemy level. So what are we doing here? So we'll just get rid of that. Instead of spawn level 1, we'll just call it spawn level. If global enemy is less than spawn level, run that. When this is greater than spawn level, we come down here, we switch alarm to this alarm witch to alarm 2. And we'll multiply this times 3 for a new value. And then we'll come over here. Bring this down here. Okay, hold on. Because we need a scaling system, this can't be that. That has to be spawn level times 3, so that it actually is appropriate on the switching. So let's just go ahead and bring this back over here, get rid of that, and then do that. And then alarm gets switched to 3. Okay. Why isn't it? Could have sworn I clicked it, but I guess I didn't. I don't know. Whatever. Less than spawn level. And then here, yeah, goes to alarm 3. Then we come over to alarm 3. Take that. And over here, that. To 4. Five. Six. 7. 7. The only reason we have that alarm witch there is for when we load up a save game. This will designate the... Oh, that's a cooldown. Jesus Christ. There we go. This will designate which alarm to reset. That's the only reason why we have that there. So it knows where to leave off. Or where it left off. There we go. And now we have this done. We'll give it a test and we'll see if we get the looping effect that we're looking for. me get rid of that. That's gonna kind of... Oh, actually, no, we need that now. We need that now. So we're using that now. You're using it now. Okay. I think she is set up. I think she is set up and ready to go. Let's test it out. Now we're gonna put on a good set here. The one that will take a long time to kill me. Oh shit, it's not gonna work. You know why that isn't gonna work like that? Because as soon as it sets that alarm, it stops the code. This will immediately stop the code. In most situations. Most situations. Things like loops and stuff like that, that can cause issues. You're gonna need breaks and such, but in a lot of cases you can stop everything without an exit and just use a alarm cooldown if you have it in an alarm. Okay, it should work now. I'm a winner. Alright. Yeah. There we go. we go. Alright, let's see the loop. I don't know what the number would be, to be completely honest. I probably should have put it on a visual. We'd have to... What is it? 20? 20 times 3 times 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is it really that high? Did I just do that to it? There's no way I made it that high. How did the rest of that loop around then? Alarm 1, 2. Oh, it's frozen for you guys. I wonder why it's frozen for you guys. Oh, that probably means it's gonna crash. Not the engine, but it would... Huh. Interesting. Don't know. Is this fine? No, this is frozen too. Okay, so it's this. Okay. I will be right back, everybody. It's going to crash for a moment in time here, but I'm just going to load it right back up, and we'll continue. Okay, there we go. I keep forgetting to record. Really bad with that. But, so what we're going to do to try and make this more consistent on our number, is we're going to use our X. We're going to use a base number, and we're going to have that number be compared to everything. We also could use a max value as well for it, but given where we have it spawning right now, I figure that's just going to work well. I think what we actually will do, instead of just setting it for a direct value like that, or a read value, we're going to give it a direct value, and we're going to make sure it's an exact coordinate so that it's going to be more consistent. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's like, oh, you just gotta get a little sleep, and you'll be good the next day. Be good the next day. 817. That's where we're starting. That's our base. Our base is 817. Now our question is what is our max? What would our max be? We have, it's a 992 plus 175, 1167. That would be our max. Let's make a max just in case. A max as well. And we do... Okay. Right. So we're still going to use this system here. But what we're going to do, instead of the before, I want to do base. Do base, or we could do max. Max would always be a good subtraction, and we could start it from the beginning on it. Otherwise, we would always want it before, because the number is always going to be smaller. Let's try it with base first, because that's where my brain was at. We'll do that. And that. Let's see if that makes things more consistent. We may want to do max. It may make the calculations better, but I'm just going to see something. I like when you don't show. I like it a lot when you don't show. Loading game. Okay, so I got that like that. Let's go ahead and we're gonna put that other hovering back in again. It was causing problems before, but maybe if we put it back in now that we did this, it'll work better. I don't know. We're gonna see. Go. $817. $14,102. Okay, that's definitely not even. Why? 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 Why isn't that wanting to be consistent? Let's try it with max. Maybe there is something with that. Maybe it's with all three of them. Does not seem logical. Does not seem logical in my head. Maybe there's something wrong with this part here. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with that part. Maybe the parentheses is making it count weird even though it shouldn't. Maybe I should make it a pre-value and then have that value be the value. Actually could be an idea. Let's try this first. And then we're gonna separate this from this value here, and we're gonna make it a different value up here, and then we're gonna make that value read to that. Then we'll see if that makes things consistent. 817. 15,680. That's nowhere near correct. Okay. Okay. Maybe we set it to an actual, just straight value instead of adding and subtracting. Oh, we'll try that next. Anyways, 817. 14,644. No, we're at oh. I'm gonna try this. At this rate, what is it honestly gonna hurt? Maybe just straight setting values. We'll keep messing around until we get it right. Three. $345. 345. Oh my god. We did it. I think. No? Oh, god damn it. That was so close to consistent. That is very close. Yeah, but the problem is it can literally be off by just 1 to 2 numbers on the scroll bar. That's the annoying part about it. We got it. I think we got it. I think we actually got it now. 335. 15. I think we got it now. Okay, alright. So what was happening was that second line of code was double running things and causing inconsistencies. And now we're in a better spot. We're getting there. Now we're getting consistent numbers. Now we're getting consistent numbers. Because that's the main thing I wanted, was the consistent numbers in the way of how it detects the scrolling. Because the way I'm using the scroll detection right now on the numbers is actually based off the XY. And because that was double running sometimes, I guess because sometimes it would be like in contact but not in contact, just really quick, it would probably double run it. And that's where I'm guessing the randomness that would come about, or we wouldn't get the same number twice. So it's at least figured out in that regard. I want to switch these. I think that's going to make it go in the correct order for me. No, you still want to do that? Interesting. At least we're getting a consistent number every time. 335. We got 15. Okay. Alright. Now I'm trying to figure out if I want to try to work this number into a number that can associate with my spawn value number, my spawn density number. Or do I work... I guess it really doesn't matter. I can just do either or and just make like this. I look at the values here. I got 15 and 320, and I can kind of just figure things out with that. And then that can just get transferred into some type of fucking number there that just gets spit out differently. I would like it though to be spit out as a solitary percentage. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. What if I did something like this? This may seem weird. This may work. Give it a moment here. This may not make any sense, but if this just detects correctly to the pixels, then everything works fine. Alright. No, you're not wanting to. Oh, we're not adding one. We're not adding one. We're not adding one. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me add. And then this would be minus. Actually, we could just make this minus. That. Maybe assign a decimal or something. I'd have to create it to be a decimal, and then I can convert it over. But yeah, I mean, that is an idea. 100%. 67. Oh, we're hitting 3. 67. 3. Oh, no, okay. Well, that's not bad. We're hitting the same values here. Okay, so we are definitely seeing consistency in things. What if I just did like 1 and then like -1? Is that literally going to work exactly the same for me though? Even though we tried this yesterday and it was having a little bit of issues being consistent, but this gives me the ability, like if it does work at least, then I know like the other parts of my code were wrong yesterday that I've corrected already. But this just allows me to know the freedom that I'm going to have for consistency and value setting and the values I can have and the math I'll be able to use to do whatever I need to do. $67, and it's gonna go back down to 3, 4, 3, yeah. 67 and 3. We're still getting the 67 and 3 every time. Okay, so that's good. I know it's a little janky on the detection right now, but we are gonna be fixing that. We're gonna be working on it. Oh, I think I know how we can actually fix that. Hold on here. Give me a moment. What we're gonna do is we can do a clicked. We can run through here and to have it detect click, so you just click on it once and then you can freely move it back and forth no matter where you go. So the player doesn't have to worry about that. I personally don't like settings where I have to hold and drag over. I don't like that ever anyways. So if I could just like click it and then drag it over where I want and click again and it confirms it there, for me I always find that easier than having to click and hold. I can also allow the player to do either or as well. So I can just set up both of those. Okay. Let's work on that later. I'm gonna work on this first. Alright, so what are we gonna do here? Why can't we get that to a 0? If we start at 0, why doesn't that want to go back to 0? Could be because we're not hovering over this thing anymore. So the hitbox would have to be slightly bigger so it would go to the actual end. Do we even need to be that precise? And then the other question is on the slider, what is the equation we're going to use for that to make correctly? We started at a 1 point, or the max density is 1.2. The minimum density we want is a 3 times. 3 times meaning 3 times the FPS value set, so it won't go under whatever your FPS is times 3. And that's your CPU steps, not your actual FPS, but it's more or less, it's just to allow the player to have the performance they desire. That's what I'm thinking of too. I'm thinking if we just extend out, like, as a very simple ghetto fix, if you will, would be something like this more than likely. We just come over here, we grab collision mask, we mode manual, and then we just come out here like this. We know it's going to be like, what, 3 pixels essentially, so we can say left -3, like that, and then that will probably hit us to 0. Now we got 2. So 3 gave us 1 value. So 9. As you can see though, it's a very simple, easy ghetto fix. If I want to secure the fact that we'll get 0 every time, here it is. But I'm going to be using a different number value there in general, but it will be nice to know that I can actually hit a solitary 0. I got 1. You're maybe going -12. Why aren't you wanting to see the 0? Why don't you want to see 0? Can we talk? God, I should really don't want to see the... Oh, there's a 0. There we go. Okay. It would have to be, we know it's 3 pixels per 1, so you divide 3 and you add 1 extra pixel, I guess you'll add. And then like that would secure you maybe a little bit better, and then you could set the slider to work a little bit better in the way of interactions, and then there you go. If you wanted to like 0 to whatever there and guarantee you're going to be hitting 0, this will pretty much give you a very ghetto line of security about it. Otherwise, what you can do is you would come into here and you would set that if X equals base or max, then it sets that number to that or something like that. But you're still going to be left with a bit of inconsistencies. But yeah, those would be the only ways, really. At least like in a very quick, easy fashion to fix things. I'm gonna take a sip of water here real quick though. You said slider. Maybe when... Oh, I said slider as 3. I could probably set slider as 3. Probably. I don't think that's the issue though. I think it's more of a detection with the mouse on the object itself. But let me try that. Set slider. What would slider to 3 be? Oh yeah, start this out at 3 maybe? That's what would make sense to me and what you're referring to. Now we're getting a 70, and we're getting a 6. No. Oh, you mean different? Oh, you mean set a differential of -3 to it? Oh, so just essentially come into here and then make sure there's a differential of -3 added into each of these. That's what you're getting at here. Essentially that. Is that what you're getting at? I don't know how to explain what just happened here, man. I don't know. Am I? I don't know. Like, set position to whatever mob count as 3. Yeah, you'd be looking for a differential of 3 then. So let's go ahead and maybe we can relative this. And then we take spawn value and we'll throw it into here, and that'll maybe work. Oh, actually, we could just do 1 -3 here. Like that. And then this one would be -1 -3. Is that what my brain is saying correctly? Because if we want to do a differential of 3 and we need to make sure the 3 is the backwards end of things, I guess we could leave the addition the same, but the subtraction has to be made sure we have a differential of 3 in it. And I guess that will probably end up making it hit 0. Right. I felt like I was going to do something wrong there. So -1 -3, and then we do +1 plus, we do a +3 here then, and then the differentials will make up for themselves and then hopefully equal out and then give the exact number required. No, we're getting, I mean, we're getting the same numbers, but it's further off. Am I thinking of that correctly when it comes to differentials? I think I'm thinking of my math correctly on that. We'll try spawn values in it. So it's just going to do pretty much the same thing there, just bigger numbers. Well, not even bigger numbers. Pretty much will be exactly the same here. We're going to have that craziness of the equations before there, or the numbers. The negative and all that. Okay. I'm gonna ignore all that. I'm just gonna ignore all that. Okay, so what we're gonna do here to look at a percentage, and we're gonna have to make this a percentage. Okay, so we can do POS current divided by the max number, I'm gonna guess, and then with that max number, something like this. Take that number and that number, right? And we create that. And then we can turn that. Let me just see if this gives me the correct decimal values that I am looking for. Are you talking the actual equation that it detects to tell you, to the game to tell it how many mobs to spawn? Is that what you're asking for? Okay, there we go. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, we have our percentage here. Somewhat have our percentage. Okay. I don't like that it doesn't go to 1, but we have some type of baseline percentage here. Anyways, no, like the idea. The idea is that it'll continue running your CPU steps down until it's within a multiplier of your FPS. So essentially, if mob count was 3, it wouldn't be a negative, it would be like a 3. If mob count is 3, it's your FPS times 3. And then that becomes 180, and then it won't go under 180 steps. If you have it set to max, which is 1.2, it'll multiply it times 1.2, and it won't go under that, which is like, what, 75 or some shit like that? 80? Take a sip of water. And pretty much what that does is it allows for interactions to take place and the little extra steps for the interactions. When you're at the max settings for things, at least. Okay, I actually have an idea here. It just clicked on me. If I can just do a +1 -1, right? It doesn't even matter the values. I can do fucking 10,000 if I want. As long as I can do that and I can make those consistent, then I can make a max range, and then I can have a current range, and then have those divide, and that'll always make sure that it's always at 0 when it starts, and it always has a max value, so then the percentages will always equal up together with each other. There we go. Done. Okay. we have our certain amount of steps, then we can make the percentage meet up to everything else in the thing, and essentially say, like, if for, like, essentially for every, we can set up a loop even if I wanted to, for every point or some shit like that, it'll immediately then, like, loop it one more time and add a certain amount set variable, and that variable will be based on a percentage there, and then that will read over into the mob cap count and then loop that around enough times to meet that to the number that's required for it, whether it be going up or down. Simple. Because we're going to be turning it into a percentage, so then it's going to know how many times to loop it regardless of that, because it will have a whole number on that, so we can tell it to just loop that number. On. Okay. So we know it was 67 was our highest value, and we have our min value of 3. One would be the most ideal there. So our POS max becomes 67. That. And then this sets at 0. Oh, wait. We need that. I need that. They're placeholder numbers. We're going to be slowly turning them over into a percentage. 67 will be 100%, and then we'll be setting... I'm just going to extend out the brackets a little bit there, like I did that little ghetto fix there to give us a 0. And then we'll be able to obtain a 0 percentage with that, or we'll go to a 1 in order to obtain 1%, essentially. And that'll give us our 1 to 100 value. And then we can just take my values that I want for everything, and then I can just divide them by 100. Like, essentially, I have my highest value for my number multiplier and my lowest number for my multiplier for the mob spawning. And then I can figure out how many placements I want in between those, or to have 100 placements in between those. And then I have that number read off of a loop, is what we're doing. So that it knows how many to set it to. So we're just using this number to come out with a whole number, and then, or with a percentage number to turn into a whole number, or a decimal number, and then we turn that into a whole number, and then that whole number becomes our loop number. Yeah. That's where we're at right now, and we're going to test that to see if that works. Okay, so we have max in there. So we want a number. We're going to need to make a number to go up before this number here, because we can use POS current, but we can't. No, we can't. We have to use that for that detection there. So we'll need to create one more value here in order to have that number going upwards or downwards, so that the division works appropriately and it has a number to divide to. And we shouldn't have to relative it, or we don't have to relative it. We'll set it to, and then that'll give that. Okay, so we take out current. POS count. We're going to rename this one because we're not using it. And we're going to start that at 0. Right. This is less than. That's plus, then we're gonna need POS count. POS count. Okay, so it goes +1 minus. This is a +1, this does a -1, and then we have a division occur between the count number and the max number, and then that spits out to spawn value itself. Okay, well, we can potentially hit that. We just need to. But we're good. There's 100. We set that back to go a little bit further, and we'll be able to hit 0. Or 1. So there's that on that end. And then we can take the... What is that? Times 100, I think is what it was. I guess we could just turn a decimal into a whole value, but is that going to do that once we hit 1 as well, or do we have to multiply? That's the question. String to number, decimal, here we go. Boom. We'll round it. We'll just let it take the rounding as it wants. That. I can always, yeah, I guess you're correct. If I reset it to exactly 100 pixels, it'll probably work a little bit better, but to be fair though, it's a 150 pixel thing right now, and I don't even get 100 out of it. Just, I want to throw that out there today, man. This is actually it's 350 pixels wide, and I get 67 count out of it. So. Take a moment with that one, man. Because otherwise I would have just taken the dimensions of the object itself, and then that would have been, like, I would have taken the width of the object itself, and then I would have used that width as the actual division. I wouldn't have done the whole, like, figuring out exactly how many with the count and all of that, because that would have been much easier. Because theoretically it should move across that many steps, but the reason why it doesn't is because of the speed of it. I'd have to have it move across at 1 pixel at a time per step, and this moves across at 4 pixels per step or something like that. So that's why there's a bit of a difference there. If I did jump 2, that may work a bit different. Oh, that thing is not wanting to work right now. Okay, hold on here. Isn't it decimal to integer? Well, fine. If I just times 100, then it should just be fine then. Should be the exact same thing. This is what I want. Just want to be a pain to me. No, he's being such a pain to me. There, you're happy now, aren't you? There, see? Now you know that you're a fucking whole number. Okay. And now what we want to do is we're going to want that round again. And we're going to take this here, round that. That's what we going to do. It would be 550. Yeah, but that's gonna be a mat. Like, I don't know if I want to make a slider bar that big. I mean, I could. But yeah. Yeah, no, man, I told you, I got it. It's fine. Why does that not want to round up correctly? Do I have to put that before? I'm confused. Why would I have to put that before? Oh, shit. I'm about as dumb as they come. Wrong value. Wrong value. It's not going to change, bro, if you don't tell it to change the exact value. There. This way we get solitary percentages and we don't have weird percentages. We have whole numbers now. There you go. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna get myself ready for a break here. We're making some decent progress on this. Next thing when we come back, we're going to work on making this interaction better with the mouse and the slider and all that, and making it more coherent, if you will. I guess would probably be the best word for it, I don't know. Or more responsive. There's the word I'm looking for, responsive. We're going to make it more responsive for the player and all that. But that's it. We're going to go ahead and take a break here. I only run ads during my breaks and all of that, so definitely be sure to stick around for all that and help support development of the game. And I'll see you all when I come back from the break. Let's go ahead and get back into this. Alright, so I think instead of this here, we're just going to take this out and we're going to have this a baseline interaction, doing artificially increase mod density onto the player. In following phases, because after it's done, or if it happens incidentally, we can clean it up. We're going to eventually be cleaning up all of this interactions and putting it into alarms, and then only having those alarms. I don't know if I did that or not. And then we're going to have those interactions all take place in the alarms and have it detect if the alarm is actually at 0 when it happens. So we could possibly stop some of the weird interactions that can happen. So we'll be setting their movement speed to 0, and then they'll read through to determine what alarm they want to do. And then if none of the alarms are at 0, they'll just keep interacting until the alarms are at 0. Or keep going at 0 until either interaction stops or the alarm isn't at 0 anymore. I think it should be more efficient. We can stop a lot of code from repeat running. Because right now it's running every single time the interaction happens, so if they're stuck together, it's just constantly happening. I don't know if my range is clearing up the numbers faster, but I'm just noticing a significant less amount of mobs after doing this. And my soul free count is actually pretty good. Are we in a rage? No, we are not. Oh. Oh, those are the incidental guys in the back. Okay, so those spots are being cleared more often, which then is making room for more... Oh. So back there is stabilizing. Oh, this has been nice so far. Yeah, you even get random mobs that are enraged now. There's enraged. This will force a lot of interactions to happen. A lot of mobs will be touching each other now. After this phase ends, which then a bunch of mobs are going to be spawning down there, cleaning up, allowing more mobs to come in. It's a naturally cleaning system, where you can take the bugs and actually use them to your advantage. The bugs of it working how it would be like, I guess, in the most perfect world, you know what I mean? Which is like nothing actually standing still. Everything's always following and trying to chase the player and everything. At the same time, I don't really want that. You know? I feel like the AI should be a little bit smarter than that. Like, we don't need to overwhelm him and just all die at one time type deal. They come in more coordinated. Yeah, I mean, they're flowing in nicely down there. Even with all the range and everything, I mean, we got projectiles all over the earth right now. These things are literally just creating like a beehive effect. They're just... At one point, they were just hovering around the player. With the projectiles themselves. It was beautiful. There we go, we have another increase coming. And now mob count is going up again. Is a wave. Where every enemy spawn point is a... What do you mean is a wave? In what way? So if you go to a room with 3 spawns... Wait. Oh, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Okay. A wave as in as you interact with them, they're coming to you like waves would in the ocean. Okay, I got you. My brain took a moment there. I got you. Yeah. And then if you want to stand still, things are still going to be coming to you regardless. As you can see, the spawns are coming in beautifully. We have 9,400 mobs on screen. 95, 96, 98. We got 10? 10,000? We got 10,000. We got 10,000 mobs on screen. This next enrage phase is going to be wild. Boom, everything's back. Mobs getting bigger, objects deleting. There we go. Things are coming. Look at them spawning in. FPS staying stable. Oh my god, this is beautiful. In fact, FPS going up. FPS go up. Ah. I mean, oh, and there's the mob count going back up. It was fighting. It fought for a minute there. Oh, until the waves are complete. Oh no, I have them capped already, homie. They can't go any faster. It's a 30th of a second right now. Every 30th of a second, 4 mobs spawn, man. You can't really, like, I can't game engine wise go faster than that. I could have more mobs spawn at a time. That's about the only thing I could do. You know, it would just be increasing the lines of code, but 4 is just really efficient. Or 4 spawns is just really efficient for the lines. I will say too, it's already like my highest performance. No, it isn't. I would have to adjust my entire timers and add in more timers and stuff like that, or have a value that keeps going up to increase the timer or decrease the timer. In that reference. Yeah, it's I'll show you in the code afterwards. I have it. I used to have. You're thinking of my old system. I'll let you know. You are thinking correctly, but you're thinking of the old system. You might not have been here on that update stream. I'll show you what the new system of spawning looks like, man. That was... I think I fixed that. Ooh. 3 weeks ago? Somewhere around there. I forget which break it was. It wasn't this one. I think it was the last one during that time period. But yeah, I've completely changed around the whole spawn system to make it a lot more efficient. A lot more efficient. Yeah. No, that was my original concept, was I actually did have the spawns gradually become faster as the went on. But because I've made the map so large, I was like, you know, honestly, it's just going to make more sense to make it as fast as possible at that rate, you know? That's where, like, that's the reason why for me, I chose as fast as possible, because I went with as little spawns as I could for an efficient mode. If I extend the timer out, say to like 10 steps instead of 2 or something like that, I can add in a lot more while still maintaining the same efficiency. Because if I keep adding in other things with it, I'll have to, that'll also equate into problems with the efficiency overall, which then will reduce the total mob count. Because right now, the way I have everything on debugging set up, parent spawn is pretty much always like the top amount of percentage of my steps. It's only like 4% or stuff. I've actually done a pretty good job with the optimization now. It'll be a little different right here now. The parent collision will definitely be interacting a lot more. But yeah, no, this seems to be flowing really, really well. I haven't seen a single dead point on the player yet. And now we're going to have these pop in. Everything is going to grow again. We're going to have even more mobs spawning into this. For 9,000 again on spawns, even with all the big ones. Right now, our main thing is we just don't have room. That's it. It's like room. Room is our limiting factor now, which is what we want. We want the room to be the thing that limits our spawns. Not efficiency, not performance, or anything else. Look at, we're getting more. 96, 97. We're gonna see. Okay, that was it. 97. I mean, we have 300 objects left, so everything is gonna respawn back now, and more things are gonna get enraged on top of what's been enraged already. So you're gonna have more enraged mobs. Look at all the enraged mobs. Look at this. This is beautiful. This is exactly how I wanted it to be. It was just a system, like, if you wanted to sit there and stand still, you were going to regret it. You were going to regret it. That's why I spawned the player here, because it was far away from where all of the objects were. So they would be punished by just standing still from the start. You can still get good farming done, don't get me wrong. But you're going to need to invest heavily into that. Every endless mode will have its way of making your ability to get XP and all of that easier by you being an active player. That's what I'm going for. And since this is just an endless killing field, I had to really try and figure out what was that going to be for this then. There was no core objective besides just don't die. That's it. Just don't die. Just as long as you don't die, you're still in the mission. And that was it. And it was like, well, what else can I do to make that enticing in some sort of way? This is kind of what I've come up with on it. Because I didn't just want it to feel, there we go, things are... Oh wow, they're at... Oh, the object count will start, because of all the mobs, it's gonna naturally keep going under. You're just gonna keep going through phases and dealing with more and more enraged oh my. Interesting. So then what we can do now, knowing this, we can set up in an alarm that if image scale is to 4, they're automatically, and they're too far away to have their interactions happen, they're automatically going to want to be porting forward in order to clean their spot up for more mobs. That's our next step, because then that can allow for mobs stacking on top of individualized areas where objects are supposed to be, so when they spawn back, you'll have a big surplus of mobs that get empowered. That would be further punishing. Yeah, that circle's starting to get smaller now. In the sense of it's enclosing on the player a lot more. This player, just in their damage alone and range, they would have to be level 240,000 to give you an idea. So, like, yeah. They're level 32,000 right now, so I think that's something. And the health alone, they would have to be level 100 million for just the health. 100 million. So that's why we have a very unrealistic looking situation here, but I'm trying to test things to an extreme so I can have a good idea of, even in a high scale, what does things look like, because as you go lower then with it, it's only going to become harder. So it further gives me idea, it further lets me know what I'm going to deal with when I go and do my, what I like to call my 100-hour playtest, which is once I'm fully happy with where a system is at and I want to, fully do a rigorous test on it. I usually give it about 100 hours of testing, and in between 70 and 100 hours. It's pretty much 10 to 12 hours a day for a week. I'm just raw testing on it, fixing anything that may happen, seeing any problems, like, okay, well, this interaction doesn't feel organic here, let me try and figure out how to fix that, and all of that type of stuff. That's where I'm just making a lot of minute changes and all that. And so far the player is getting very overwhelmed right now. This is what it would start looking like if you were to actually be at power creep and all, or starting to fall off from your power creep and everything. Like now the range doesn't even matter. Like they have 40,000 range, but who cares? They can't get outside the circle. So essentially, like, what I wanted for this was mobs closer to the enemy would be crowding the enemy so that they block their projectiles, allowing for more mobs to do things in the background, and then those mobs would then go forward and join that crew, thus keeping a perpetual loop. That's kind of what I wanted for this whole thing, and that's exactly what's happening. Okay. Let me go ahead and show you the spawn system here. Do I already have it open? I have no clue. Okay. So the new spawn system, what I do is I have a where X and a where Y, and what it is a randomly generated number that I match to the size of the room. You can realistically, if you want, you can just do like room height or something like that in there, or this would be width, I guess. You could do that to have it auto detecting if you so wanted to. You know, that's all up to you. I just choose to put in a set value because it is a little bit more efficient at the end of the day. But if you want to make it dynamic to where you can throw it into any room and you want to be a little lazy about it, that's a good way to do it. Or just to test it in a general regard to see if you like the system without having to get too nitpicky on it. Anyways, and those numbers there get checked into a circle collision where in a 100 pixel radius, if it doesn't have any of the collision that I have set within this parent, which is pretty much everything, then excluding itself, well, yeah, it will go ahead and allow the spawn to happen, and then that just runs 4 times, and that's it. And then I just reset it on 2, which is the lowest an alarm can go for. And then if this is greater than, essentially, if my CPU steps aren't or are higher than the set threshold I have for cutoff, it'll run the code. And then if it isn't, it'll turn the alarm off for 30 seconds in order to allow a cooldown period, if you will, quote unquote, so that like interactions and everything can happen and all that without any issues. But yeah, and what I plan to do later on, the why I don't have more alarms with this, is as I add more enemies into the game, like with different missions, we'll have different enemy sets and, you know, and stuff like that. When I add all of those into the game, and even when I release expansions and stuff like that, I'm going to have it to where, you know, if you own the expansion and everything, back in those older endless missions, they're actually going to be included in waves. So there will be an actual transition between what enemies you have, and it will have all the enemies. So as you progress through the game and you beat at different enemy sets, and I release different enemy sets and everything, those enemies will then be introduced into your other endless modes. This way, as I get, you know, actually to the full release of the game, people can have full enjoyment out of missions. I don't like missions that feel like they lose relevancy or stuff like that because of like challenge and everything. I like missions that kind of keep the level of challenge exactly where, uniquely to where it should be in that particular type of mission type deal. Not so much saying that everything should be equally as difficult, but always keep a level of difficulty within a mission that even when it does get redundant, because it's eventually going to get redundant, it can still be enticing for the player. It's kind of hard to do. Like, it's not guaranteed to always work, of course. Everybody is always different. But you just take you as the person and you try to implement that into what would make it work for you to be able to keep doing it. You know, some games opt in for the chill method of, you know, of doing it and everything like that, where it's just really mindless and you just kind of like go through and don't really have to think about it. You know, others like me, I'm going for more of scaling difficulty, so you're always having to plan for something greater and stuff like that. You're trying to mathematically, you know, with very simple equations, figure out exactly how much health am I going to need to survive this and all of that type of stuff, and how much damage am I going to need to put out in order to maximally survive and such. If you're using it for more than just farming, and if you're using it for just farming, you'll still have your own formula that you're going to have to figure out in order to achieve the amount of levels you want per farm and such. And it'll kind of like change up things based on it'll with the a different introduction into the different waves of mobs, if you will. It'll introduce the player for a real clear cutoff on where they may want to stop farming at, because like maybe they just find a certain enemy set, you know, easier to deal with or something like that, you know, whatever it may be for the particular person. Or for them it just becomes a way to know when to cut off, like, okay, that's the point at which I want to cut off, just because it takes this much time, and it makes it an easier like indicator for them passively, and gives them something to make to have an indicator off of. Okay, so we got this set up there. I think we should test into the actual game now. I feel like there was something else I wanted to do. Oh, that's right, that's right. This is what I wanted. Where is this? Is this here? Yes. I just copied that. Goes up. Give me one. This is true, and then less than 3 go to nearest thing. Else, if just equals 3, this can be at any point in time that it equals 3. Run this. And regardless, alarm resets here. Okay. I like it. I like it. I like it. We'll test this out. Hold up here. What is this? Alarm 11? Oh. Okay. I know where I'm going at now. I gotta open up alarm 11. It's already open, dumbass. You were just editing the file. I can't even believe you. Do you need a bib? Do you need a bib to catch your drool, Baker? Unbelievable. You can go down there. Anybody else want to do that? No? Okay. Got it. That is alarm. Do not bother. Okay. So we set up a if down here. Oh. I have an else in Egypt. Thank you. Else. We were moving this down. Image X scale equals 3. Then we were taking this. Moving that there. And emptying. Okay, all that's been implemented. We put this in here. We can come back into here. We can take this out. You know why? Because they're going to stack on each other. And then the object's going to respawn. And it's all going to just drop on. And buff them and send them straight to them. We can get rid of this code. That's going to be beautiful. That's going to be beautiful. We don't have to care. Wait, what if the player clears all of them? What happens if the player clears all of them? Correct. You want to keep this. What's going to happen is what you don't want to happen. Maybe connected into this, we should run the FPS test too. Just to secure things. We don't want to like throw the system over. I think we do the FPS check on this. I think we do. I'm done. Alright, so run that. Actually, probably read this first, to be completely honest. You probably want to read that first. You probably want to read this first. Like that. No. This is going to be less red. This is going to be less red. Yeah. The thing is if this isn't lower than this, does this even matter? I mean, if this is lower than this, then this doesn't matter then. Yeah. But what's going to be red less? Well, image scale is always going to be red. What would be harder? What's a faster read? What's a faster read? I would think the steps would be a faster read. At the same time, if the scale doesn't equal 3, then it won't read the steps. We're gonna go with this way. We're gonna go with this way. I think these are... I almost forgot. I almost forgot to set that to greater. I was looking at that like that don't look right. That don't look right, Baker. What are you doing? And don't ask me why I didn't just like have a copy paste for both of these. Throughout any of this. Okay. So now no matter what, if scale equals 3, FPS equals correct, then they'll go ahead and do that thing. What's going on here? Why'd I do that? Why are we wasting this code? Or why are we wasting this? Let's test this first. I'm gonna look into that after. I think I can make that better. I see my logic behind it. I see it, but I just... I do question myself now. Wonderful. I didn't make a back button for this. Whole mess of things I have to work on with that menu. But like once I got back into the game, I was like, there's a bunch of things I need to do to make this better. I'll focus on the menu later on when I start integrating all the other actual assets. I'll deal with all that at once. That was my resolve to that. Because I knew what this was gonna be. And it was just gonna be a whole thing. Extremely happy though with where everything is going. I wonder if I could ensure this too. I don't know, we'll see. I may break the walls down into different wall segments and then run a bunch of different alarms to reduce the performance hit that happens when everything respawns back. Thinking about that. Thinking about it. Oh, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about all the alarms. So far, this is looking really good. This is actually looking... Oh, we enraged? Yeah. It's definitely looking good. There's a little gap for the player there even. That just got filled. Got another one down there now. Another one up there now. That's exactly what I'm wanting. This is the exact type of funnel I wanted in. We're gonna probably extend out the aggro radius to like 3,500 or something like that. We may even go to the old room size of 5,500 or 5,000 and allow a wider range for the spawn-ins. I think it's gonna be a good idea. A few little refinements here and there. We're gonna get this play experience looking really good. But that is definitely something I want to do. There's not enough room right there. It's a very small amount of room. I would like more room for spawns. But I do want it to be out of the player's perspective for the most part. I say for the most part because there can be the incidental, like while you're moving, you can see it happen. Unless I really tune the radius to that, which I could. I could do 2,500 to 5,000, which could work there. It'd be a 2,500 range. That wouldn't be bad. Better than the 200 I have right now. The map is definitely a lot cleaner of mobs. A lot cleaner. And now you get a lot more. Look at all the elites. Look at all the enraged mobs coming in. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. The map getting completely cleaned up while spawns are coming in. Clearing up all that room now. You have all those objects destroyed, making room for all these new mobs coming in. And this will feel like a constant battle between keeping the map clear and all of that. That's beautiful. Very happy. We're in the enrage phase now. Everything's going to be respawning back. Well, actually, the way the interactions are working now, it's not too bad. If the mobs get pushed too far back, they run to an object. They either hit a mob or they hit the object, destroy it, and then they get ported back. So it's like it's a self-cleaning system at the end of the day. Nothing becomes too much of a problem there. But I'm actually pretty happy with that. Once we get down to the player perspective, we should see something. I'm actually really happy with this. Got a few more things we can work on with this, but yeah, really good. I kind of want to create a system to where if the player destroys so many objects, like over the enemy, they can avoid the phases and more mobs spawning in and all of that. And instead, what will happen is that it'll bring the mob count down until it's to 0, but just keep all the mobs spawning to you. So if you clear the whole map and you hit a threshold, essentially, we'll set up a threshold, and if you hit that threshold, you can skip these phases and stuff like that and actually get the map fully cleaned up before another wave comes in. So that we can create it as a wave, as a way to reward the player for spending all the time trying to haul ass around and figure things out. This way it gives them some time to breathe and everything. It allows their range and all of that to take place again and everything like that. Be a real reward for them. If you can destroy this many objects, like an X amount of objects, before the enrage phase happens, you get this. I think that's going to be the next thing we work on. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, like I said, we're going to go work on that system. Do remember, I only run ads during my breaks and when I do support streams. And outside of that, do keep the stream ad-free when I am here, at least for mid-roll ads. So you lurking around does help support in keeping the stream like that and support development of the game. So your lurks are much, much appreciated. But we will see you all when I come back from the break. And as always, cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. Let's go ahead and jump back on into this. Oh, I hadn't died once. Okay. There we go. Forgot about music for a moment. We're good though. Alright, so... Did we send you? Do I just send you here? Could I just send it here? Maybe that'll update it everywhere. Timer. Okay, let's see here. There we go, we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. Alright. So let's see here. I want to take off... We can take off 53. Essentially. Oh no, we can... 80. Okay, and then that should just turn it on. Did that update it? Well, no. Let's see. Okay, let's see here. Where can we view this value then? You don't want to do it in... We'll do it here. We'll do it here. Draw GUI. Because this is where we need it. So we need to know what this value is. And... $30, $37, $45, $12, $19, $37, $45, $12, $19. $37, $45, $12, $19. I think that was what it was. Okay. Oh, when we load in the game now, it's going to be different. It's going to load it up as is. We need to... Okay. I added around the value, so it was back up to 100. Okay. I don't see the other value. I don't see the other one. Why aren't you drawing? Oh, why aren't you drawing? I don't know, I'll give you an empty draw event too, I don't know. Just draw this thing on my GUI. Like, why aren't you just drawing it on the interface? Can we talk about this? I'm not drawing it anyway. Let me just go up here. No, I literally don't see it at all. I have no movement speed on this build. No, it does not exist anywhere on the map. Why? Why would be the question. Oh, maybe it's way off. Okay. We'll just I'll throw it on top of that then. 17 and then do 640. Screw it. That's what we're gonna do. Apparently that's not the same. 340 is not this. Okay. There we go. Okay, I'm just stupid. That's fine. Let's give it 100. Did not update, see? Did not update. Did not update. Okay. We're going to want to directly send it over there then, as well. I guess. We had a visually update with this, so we're just going to leave that there. I didn't really want to do this, but this seems to be the most correct way to do it. It's kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie, this is weird. This is weird. Actually, before we do that, this is weird. This is some game maker unreasonableness. That's what this is being. Because I sent it, this is sending it to the parent, the original one I made. So if it sends it to the parent, it should send it to anything that's allocated within it. Which it is. So, yeah. But, oh, it's still not updating. Extremely interesting. Now that's interesting. Why? Why? That is interesting. So the issue wasn't this. Interesting. Why doesn't that want to change in here? What would be the reason why you don't want to change? It'd be because you're not active, I think. Because you're not active. Oh god, we're gonna... This is gonna be some game maker magic, watch this. Watch this. This is gonna be so dumb. I bet you this will work. I almost bet you this will work. What is it? It's a layer. Layer enable, not FX. I can just grab it from somewhere else. Instance activate layer. There it is. Maybe we'll be closing it up after we do like the workspace and opening a new one. Where did I place you? Player. Yeah, I probably could just use the same one. Probably could just use the same one. How much you want to bet this works? You want to bet this stupid shit's gonna work? Oh man. Oh no. Oh, it fucking works. Oh god, I'm crying. Oh, I'm fucking crying. That's great. Oh, that is so dumb. Oh, that is so dumb. Oh. The player doesn't even know what happened. Doesn't even know what happened. Oh man. Let's see if it holds on reset. Oh shit, look at that. That's minus 100. Why is that minus 100? Why? Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting one. I gotta figure that out now. I want to see what happens with 2 deaths. Does it keep going up? I need to know that. No, okay. It was a one-time thing. That's interesting. So it was a one-time thing on the reset. Did we save as negative 100 too? I did save as negative 100. Interesting. And that says 100 on it now. That is very, very, very interesting. Interesting. I find that interesting because it already has a call parent, and in the parent I have it to open and read the file, so it automatically should do that on creation. It sets values default, and then it loads values from a save. Is it occurring more than once, and that's causing the issue? Ooh. Let me reload the game right now and see what's going on. I want to see what it looks like now. What is it loading? Still loading 100. We're still loading 100 there. Soul count. Why are you still doing that? I almost feel like we are going to have to set all of these to... We're going to have to get rid of the parent and individually tell it what to do. Because if we come over here, I can guarantee you that you read this, right? We bring this as well. What else? Do that, right? This will actually update the file. Let's get rid of the parent too. Actually, no, not yet, not yet. But we already knew it didn't work. No, that's still 100. That is fucking weird. Why? What did we... Wait. It might be a visual thing. Hold on here. Let me do plus... Let me look at it real quick here. We may not be able to see the 50, the minus because of where it's located. I might be looking at it wrong. I might have to adjust its position because we didn't make the box large enough. See, that could... We can't see the negative there. We don't know if there's a negative there, because the box needs to be a little bigger. So... That's a transformed value. We don't want that. It could be working. It actually could be working. We could be overthinking this. So we're also going to take out this to this. Okay. So we gotta figure out one thing at a time here now. Now that I just saw that, there's a good chance. It's like, oh, right where a negative sign should be, your white border is. No, we got an error. Okay. It was in the draw. You didn't like that? That was not the, self was not the command you enjoyed. You did not enjoy the word self. Why? What's good, sci-fi? How you feeling, man? Draw self. I don't know if it wants the parentheses or not there. We'll just leave them. Maybe it'll be happy with that. We may just have to put the individual sprayed in there. Yeah, we do. Okay, it's fine. I just wanted to try to do something a little different. I just wanted to try to do something different from what I would normally do. Biggity-boo. Come on. This year, this century, this millennia. "70 handwritten pages. Why didn't you type it? Are you a faster writer than typer?" Jesus, man. I would have just notepadded that. Okay, the minus is showing up. Alright, we're good. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so now we know visual is right. Okay, so now we gotta figure out why when it reset there was a problem. Maybe when we reset we have to adjust things. Maybe in the reset. Maybe that's up to the reset to have that happen. You write way faster than typing? Ah, okay, understandable. Understandable. I figured that's what it would be. Crazy though. That's amazing though. 70 pages. 70 pages. College rule or like... I'm just trying to get an idea for words there. Or characters, words, something like that, yeah. Senjin already called it metal. Very nice. College rule notebook, yeah. For college rule per page, you're probably gonna get what, 800 words a page on average, I would say. Depending on how big you write. Anywhere between 600 to 800. Should be able to fit on that. If I'm thinking correctly. That's wild though. That's wild. My average scripts were only like... for videos... I don't know. 12,000-ish words at most. That was because I did try to keep things shorter. If I just like went loose with things and didn't try to shorten things up, I could easily have hit like 40 to 50,000 words in those videos. Like without even thinking about it. That's the thing about Warframe. When you know a good amount about something, there's a lot of depth that can be explained behind it. Because there's a lot of like little systems that work with everything and all that. You'll make an actual biblical text about. Well, I mean, you already wrote it out more or less. I mean. I don't foresee why they wouldn't allow you to sell it. People sell access to their Discord to learn how to sell plat. You know what I mean? Or to sell things for plat. I don't foresee why they wouldn't allow you. I mean, if they said no, that would be a good rebuttal for them. Be like, well, why can someone sell access to a Discord for money to learn how to make plat in the game your premium currency, but I can't sell a written guide on how to play a frame. So, if they say no, just think about that, man. Fan fiction? Oh, you'd be doing lore and everything. Oh. Yeah, I don't know so much about lore. That actually could be copyright problems and all that. Okay, understandable. Understandable. Okay. Yeah, no, I get you there. I would definitely highly ask, and there isn't much room for rebuttal from what they say. They're going to be giving you permission to use at that point. Yeah, no, that makes sense, man. I didn't know you were just going to do lore. Oh, so you're taking the whole Bible thing that you did, the whole thing, and you're going to essentially have it in a nice written form in the way of like legibility and all that. Okay, you're going to transfer it over into something that... okay. Okay. And I assume then you're going to probably include like pictures and stuff like that or something? Or is it just like literally straight word and like that's it? Like you can include diagrams in there or anything like that? Because I could definitely like it with where you're looking to go, that could really go. I can go for the races pretty much. Extensive research into pre-work. Okay. And into pre-rework. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I understand that now. I understand. Hopefully they say yes. Because that would actually be really cool. That'd be really cool. No pictures? Okay. What are we gonna do here? So essentially we got that figured out. We're trying to figure out now why when it loops back over do we have issues. Let's look at our game load here. Because the reset was the problem. It reset once and it doubled. It like made it negative 100 for some reason. I don't exactly know why. And I'm thinking maybe what we may have to do is just like we did here. Maybe we have values held in here, and then when the reset happens, the values are going to get read through here. Because this is what my bot reset looks like. When the bot resets itself, well, go ahead, this is a lot simpler to show. When the bot resets itself, where are you? Save. Where's bot reset? Bot reset equals false. Bot reset equals true. Here we go. It spawns the character into the center of the map, and then it loads up all the variables from a save file that I have because it doesn't actually load up your gear. It loads up the stats that you loaded in with, including your XP to level, all of that type of stuff. And then it sets all the values and then activates layers and deactivates layers. So in that short, like that, like literally blink of an eye, that's everything that happens there. It's half of everything that happens. That is half. So what I'm thinking here is we're going to have to maybe save values and have them picked up through that. Which I think also means it was in here that we had... This is the issue when you add in a system into the game, that it can break a lot of things and then you gotta figure out. Like, thankfully all it did was break itself, which was awesome. And then we gotta figure out how to make it fix itself, and so, or like not break itself again. So it's not too bad. Hence the idea of Old and New Testament. Oh, I gotcha. You'd make it an incredible shitpost. Well, I mean, you could throw it up on Reddit or something like that. But sounds good, homie. You take care. I'm glad to hear you got the script done and everything like that, man. And I do hope you feel better, so we can get the Limbo Man back in his prime. Alright, my brain's kind of frying with this. We're gonna head into this tomorrow. We got all this stuff open here, so that we know what we're gonna look at tomorrow. Yeah, that's gonna be the best way to look at that. That is gonna be the best way to look at that. And then we'll keep this on this page here, so that we have that. And we'll go ahead and save this, or not tomorrow, later on actually, sorry. I'm just gonna take a bit of a break here to get food in me and all that. I don't want to run an extended break. Yeah. Okay, everybody, I am back. I didn't run the last ad before coming back, but I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna run the ad on you guys. Didn't even make it 30 minutes before I had to take a break. Here we are. Anyways. Wait, is this a snap on? No, it isn't. Well, thank you. Okay, come on, hands. You can do this. Thank you. Alright. Alright, let's take a look at what this looks like. Actually, we should just make the other ones. You've been back on night shifts? Oh, good, man. I hope life's going well for you. And got back into playing Warframe yet again? Well, I hope you had a good break from Warframe, and I hope you're enjoying getting back into it. I haven't played since February. I quit to start on this game. It was no longer therapy for me. Being, having a Lumen permaban over my head, it just was like... not my thing anymore. And I just wanted to be QA lead when I started the game. Instead I'm a bot, so we do what we can, not what we want. But don't be discouraged about talking about Warframe. It's completely fine. You know. Yeah, 5 years of it, man, was enough for me. 5 years of it was enough for me. What's sad is, like, by the time that I had gotten to a place where I was comfortable applying for a QA position in Warframe to where, like, they could hand me a problem and I could sit there and talk them through with it and how I would solve it, because I understood their engine well enough. I had already been well accused and blocked by Rebecca, or well accused of cheating in the game and blocked by Rebecca on Twitter. It's the sad part about the whole thing. Because I don't have any college, like, credentials. I'm all self-taught. I have, like, 2,000 hours in C++ from, back when I was a teenager. I had learned emulating and stuff and reversed engineered World of Warcraft into a private server for myself to learn coding. I wouldn't recommend doing that nowadays. There's so many tools out there, but, you know, this was like 17 years ago. There wasn't much out there. Is this XP decrease? This engine, though, has been really nice to work with. It's a very novice-friendly engine. And the main reason why I chose it is because they have the best business practice that I have found that isn't just straight open source. So it's a $100 one-time fee for PC, mobile, and browser exports, and $800 a year for console ports, which isn't bad. Unity is $2,200 a year. So, and it's not really user-friendly either, I wouldn't say. Because I do want to make guides on, like, after I complete the game, I'm actually going to be making guides on how I made all of the individual systems so that I could teach people, you know. If a guy with brain damage can come back after 15 years of not coding, and learn coding, and make a decent game, you can too. You can too. You wish you played WoW when you were younger? Yeah, I've played WoW since the original beta. Does player XP decrease? I guess we'll call it that just for now. WoW was a fun game. It was a fun game. I never got to a point where I was comfortable applying to them, but I actually always wanted to. I'm kind of glad I didn't after getting to hear like Thor's experience of working for them and everything, because Thor is only a couple of years older than me. Pirate Software. Y'all, I don't know either or, but yeah. He's only a couple of years older than me, so I would have been experiencing the same blizzard he did. So, blessings come in different ways. I still got, like, irreplaceable experience in gaming, just due to the amount of games I played and how hard, like, heavy I played them, especially when it came to content creation. It's given me a lot of knowledge of, like, what do I want to see in a game, why do I like seeing that in a game, and all of that type of stuff. Because making a game, most of it is thinking about how do you want the player to feel, more than anything else. And like, how do you want the player to feel, and then after that, you go off of that, and that's how you make everything else in the game. The Skyrim and a Warframe? Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, that's how I approach game making. Is at least to me personally, I should say. That's how I approach game making. You can approach, like, there's a million different ways to approach, you know, making a game. But for me, I approach it from the aspect of how do I want the player to feel, and that's kind of what I go off of. And I keep working towards it until I start feeling that feeling. Oh, we didn't change the last one. Well, at least they know. I know they work visually, so. Oh, yeah, I see what I did wrong here. But how you been enjoying Warframe since you came back? And how long of a break did you take as well? Oh, it's been... I don't think you came... I think you missed my balloons run. Did you miss my Warframe endurance run while playing balloons? I don't remember if you were here for that. You might have quit before then. I think you stopped coming around shortly before that. You think so? Do you remember me doing a 33-hour long Steel Path Annie with Mag while playing balloons TD6? And AFKing the run with a hand cam on? And running auto hotkey macros on balloons? Well, Warframe is running. Oh. Oh, it was great, man. It was great. Oh, it was a wonderful time, man. It was... Yeah, man. That's what I did when they... when my 2-month suspension ended, that's what I came back and did. I wanted to show DE, I'm not the problem. Your developers are. It's not my problem. I'm not a cheater, I'm not a bot. I just understand your coding. I have been playing your game for fucking over 10,000 hours. And I don't play games like a normal person does. I see lines of code when I play a video game. I don't see what normal people see. I don't see visual effects and stuff like that. I see the code behind the visual effects and stuff like that. That's what my brain more or less sees in a vague fashion, if you will. And then my brain can like understand how to manipulate that and use it all to my benefit. That's all I do. Fix your game. It's not my problem. I didn't get any... That actually was no suspensions or anything on my account, but I quit shortly after. I was happy to not get any suspensions done on my account and everything. That was cool. But like they didn't go back on what they said. So it was still like you could be banned. You know, and it's like at that rate, I don't feel like fucking dealing with it. I really don't. They can go have fun and make the game they want to make. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to make the game I want to make. And that's it. It's as easy as that. This is going to be a $5 game at the end of the day. Even though there's a lot of work going into it, I'm only selling it for $5. That's why I run the support streams too. Because they will be running further like once I release the game and everything. I'm going to be a full-time content creator that does coding. I'm going to code my video games on stream and talk with my community and all that, and release my games at a lower price because you can come over and support me while I'm actually working on the coding. You know? Oh yeah, I think the Hate got a new augment out with Nightwave. I think it was the Hate. I think it was Hate. I think like a lot of the stalker weapons got new augments from what I was hearing on watching other streams. I think it was Gamble I heard that on. I don't remember. Gamble, Suckmud, IF, Moog, One, Nev, I don't know. The list goes on and on. Nova, I don't know. I heard it on somebody's stream. I wish Flo streamed more. It was good to see him streaming Warhammer today. It was good to see. Okay. Let's go ahead and test these, just opening the level thing here. You got smoking body ephemera? Did you want that? If you didn't have it, I mean, you always want it if you don't have it, so. Ooh, why is that, why does escape not want to work? Alright, we got an error, so let's fix this real quick. What are you talking about? Why don't you... Escape for soul tick. Do I actually need that? Wait, do I need this code in here? Or am I overwriting code? I think I'm overwriting code here. I don't think I need that escape. What does this do? Oh, no, this is fine. Okay, so what are you talking about? Not set before read. What do you... What in the actual tarnation do you mean? Not set before reading. You are right here. Can we talk about this? Yeah, level counter equals true. That's weird. Nope, you have 2 BPs for it? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I meant the ephemera. I meant the ephemera. Oh. Oh, there was a meme. Oh, there was a meme. That was a meme. Okay. Okay. You see, I don't know whether to take that seriously or not, only due to the fact that, what does this do? Only due to the fact that, I know people that have gone years without getting some of the items on Stalker. That's just Warframe drama. I know who you're talking about. I also know of the other drama with him too. All I gotta say behind all of it is, you do what you do. You do what you do, I guess. I don't know. I'm just over here. I'm just over here. Just typing out lines and watching them break and trying to figure out how to fix them. That's all I'm doing. It's crazy though. It's crazy to see what's going on over there. You had hate, but you needed weapon slots, so you sold it like an idiot. Rough. 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 Could have vendored out like any number of dojo items and such like that. But that's rough. Kuva Norcore. Nucore's fun. I love Kuva Nucore. That is such a fun weapon. Okay, yeah, I'm confused here. Why? Oh, for Soul Tick. Oh, oh god, I'm fucking stupid. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. I love when it's something simple like that. Oh, it's so relieving, but I feel so stupid at the same time. Forgot to change the value in the other thing. So. Okay, so that works in concept. We just need to change things around now. Good. That's all I needed to do. Was this here was still, like, I changed the value here that used to be level counter, a level underscore counter, to level underscore tick for this unique individual object. But I didn't change in here that if this was true, because you see level counter here. So it was trying to read a variable that didn't even exist within the object. Yeah. And we just kind of need to go through and just change all the code. Just essentially we'll start from the top and then we'll go down one slot each and just double check everything is okay. And we'll do that for every object, and then we can give it a quick little testy poo and we'll go from there. The math on those are just placeholders, because I still need to sit down and do the math myself on what I want to do. If you're wondering, Curtis, on what we're working on currently, you kind of just came in the middle of me working on a system. I have a few different ways for the player to be able to kind of speed up or automate their farming, and what we're working on right now is a way for the player to be able to change these values to enact fast scaling for either the enemy or the player. That's why we have the two different decreases. And essentially, you see how fast the scaling is right here. But if we change this over to the default that I have currently, it'll look more like this. Actually, I can change it to a more of an impossible number that won't ever even get hit. We'll change it to 200 instead. And what it does is every second it detects how many kills you have done. And if you meet the criteria of the kills that you're going to be able to scale downwards from, you will enact the fast scaling mode. So that when you're in the stages of power creep and you're not to where the actual end game, like your end game is for your current level, you're going to level significantly faster, and you'll be able to modify the rate at which that leveling occurs and stuff like that. But yeah, this is what the actual system looks like without the fast scaling right now. As you can see, it's fast, but it's nowhere near as fast. And it does have exponential, I call it exponential light scaling. It's not true exponential scaling, but it is fairly close to the equation. It's an equation that I generally like using for exponential values because it's easier for a player to understand than true exponential math. But as you can see, it drastically slows down on that. You saw we were in the 90s or something like that before within a couple seconds. But you can see how drastically slower everything is coming now. Or is going now. Still relatively fast scaling for the enemy scaling, but the player scaling slows down to absolutely nothing. But regardless, your scaling will slow down the longer you go on everything. I just have the enemy scaling set slower than the player scaling. Yeah. Well, it's a very basic equation. Very basic, and it's not really a high scaling equation because this is a game more based off of high levels than it is based off of meaningful levels, if you will. So you'll be used to having an abundance of levels, but they won't be as meaningful as they are in other games. So like the player scaling normally, it raises by 25%. So essentially what this does altogether to give you the new equation of your XP to level, I do player scale, which is a innate equation that I have over in, where are you? You're over here. I moved this in locations because I made a bunch of new objects. Player scale here is baseline is 90. So essentially that number there come back over here just so you can have the visual eye for it. It'll take that number there, and then it'll multiply it times 0.25. And then afterwards, you'll have player scale here, which takes this number here, adds this number into player scale, and then shoots out a new player scale, and then multiplies that times the player's number. And then that's what your XP becomes. And enemy works exactly the same, but it has a significantly lower amount. It's only 5% instead of 25%. And then the fast scaling system itself, what it does is it takes your XP up to level, and then it divides that number by your XP decrease, which will be a number that you can adjust yourself as a player by investing points into. And then you'll have things like you can adjust the tick rate of that happening. You can adjust how many souls how many actual like souls free it takes to have the trigger happen and all that. But yeah, that's the system I'm currently working on right now. Because as you do get higher in levels, it gets exponentially slower. Like to hit crit cap in here is level 10,000. So when you're seeing, you know, level 100, 200 and stuff like that, you can have an idea that it's not really that high of levels for the game. Yeah, I'm trying to slowly add things to... This is only the very first mission. It's the most simplistic of missions. It'll be a farming mission for you to... One of the many farming missions, because endless missions are actually going to be where you predominantly can get your experience from. And then you'll have more in and out missions that are going to be based off of different things. Like, I'm going to be making missions that are influenced by like Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft, and then I'll also have boss fights that are influenced by things like Final Fantasy and stuff like that, like Final Fantasy Online. It's just I want my farming missions. I typically don't like the fact that farming missions don't really feel too engaging or rewarding. If they do feel engaging, they feel overly engaging for the reward you get. So I'm trying to make something that just feels more rewarding for the player's time. And if the player so wants to just kind of AFK it, and they don't have, they just want to leave the game running, they can go ahead and do that, because I've already made a system in the game where they're able to scale themselves on endless missions. Over here, you have this auto reset, and then this transfer amount. What it does is it reduces the amount of levels in a percentage that you carry over after you die into the new one. So if you don't have any points in this, whatever you end with here carries over. So you do get diminishing returns run per run. So unless you invest into that, you really can meet a lot of heavy diminishing returns, because you're obviously going to hit the same endpoint every time. So your levels per run aren't going to be as much, unless... And the only way that can change is if you invest in a massive amount of points into the other scaling system that we have over here. If you invest into this, you can actually counteract that and make it more or less the same. Or if you invest into both of them, you can get a significant amount of more levels per day and stuff like that. Also, you're able to have this go over 100%, so it can take out all your levels and store it for you, and then have you start out at 0 every time. Or you can have it to where you can go over that and go have, like, say, up to, like, it's not even up to, it's endless how I have it. Go up to, say 200% extra levels you get. So in one mission, if you get level 100, you'll actually get 300 levels from it on reset. And it's a very, even though there's a lot going on, it's a very lightweight game. I don't I'd have to go into my RAM usage to know exactly how much it uses, but what I can tell you is it's never in the top 10 of my RAM usages. So that's nice. And CPU usage on a Intel 10400 that's not overclocked, I'm using 2% of my CPU right now. GPU as a 2060, that's a little bit more because it's slightly more GPU heavy on my coding currently, but that I think is at like 30%. 30% for that in unique, but in total right now, because I'm using everything else over here, more closer to around 60%. So, but I have 2 different internet browsers going, about 5 different windows, the engine running on top of it, and I have the game running. So I think it's understandable on a 2060 to be using about 60 to 70% of your GPU usage. That's in total, so so it's good overall. I can run this game at a solid 60 FPS on a what is it called? A Ryzen 3 2200G with a 1050. NVIDIA 1050 for the GPU. So that's my test computer, and I also use testing for internet browser. This is almost stable enough to run on browser. Almost. I just have to adjust the spawn numbers slightly, but the player is going to be able to adjust their own spawn numbers, so it doesn't matter. You can adjust the spawn numbers to wherever the hell you want to be. Currently, I have it set at 400, but I'm going to have it in the game to where the player themselves can set it, so if they have a better computer than I have, it isn't going to be too hard to do. They can increase the mob count themselves to have more mobs, or if they have a lesser computer, or if they want to run a different game while they're farming at the same time, they can reduce their mob count so that their game runs more stable that they're actually playing. I'm making the game very customizable for the player. Very, very customizable. It's just going to be a fun game of farming and getting to do high-level in-and-out missions that are mechanic intensive. It's pretty much where I'm going with the game at this point. Yeah, just a nice, enjoyable game. Online is a pending thing. I need to see how well I can encrypt information. I don't exactly want a situation like with most peer-to-peer games where you can have your IP just out in the open. I know it really doesn't matter for most people, but I don't want people to have to like worry about possibly getting harassed like that or feeling like they may need a VPN or something. I want to give some level of encoding for it, and I want to see if I can go past the JSON encoding, but this does have JSON encoding on it, but like, I don't know, JSON encoding has got to be like one of the, it's a basic form of encryption and it works, but it's also the easiest form of encryption to break. So I want to see if I can do more with encryption based off of network feed and all that before I implement anything when it comes to online. And yes, that does come from personal experience. Yes, that is a pure reason as why. I fucking hated getting DDoSed. I don't know who DDoSed me, but I was fucking getting DDoSed. I was able to see packets and everything in my logs. And it took a lot to hold back looking at the IP address and just thinking about what I could do with it. It took a lot to hold back. It took a lot to hold back. Just tell myself, you don't do that anymore. You don't do that anymore, Baker. You don't do that. fucking wander my way into your damn PC. Oh. Oh. VPNs are just an obfuscating tool. You could still be found. Oh, God. I really don't want to ever have to be like that ever again. I just want to sit here and make my game and be happy. I have experience in that because of playing during the days of World of Warcraft when people would DDoS each other commonly. We used to DDoS each other out of fun. So... it got bad. It got bad. It got really bad back in the day. We were having fun just screwing with each other. Absolutely just massacring each other's computers. Oh, God. Not healthy. Not healthy to trust people that much. I guess when everybody can do the same thing, I mean, kind of even playing ground. Yeah, that would be the least of what we would do for fun, but we would do it commonly. Like we would fight each other against each other in rated battlegrounds or arena. And if we really didn't feel like dealing with the other, or the other was pissing us off in some fashion, we would DDoS them offline. So like if you kited me too hard, I could just DDoS you offline if I played with you before, because we used what was that? We used Skype back then, and back then, I don't know if Skype has fixed it, but back then you used to be able to grab IPs really easy through Skype. Really, really easy. It was so easy to grab IPs through Skype. Yeah. This is what we would do. That was when VPNs were really kind of just first starting to really be used. They were so bad. VPNs were so bad back then. They were so bad. You had better luck just making your own VPN. It was such better luck just making your own. Alright, I think we changed everything around here. Yeah, I don't... The main thing is I just don't endorse that type of, I guess we could call it black hat hacking, if you will. I don't really endorse it. Like, I don't endorse emulating current games and stuff like that. If a game's, like, out of circulation, I'm less in the line of to say, like, I think it's wrong to do it. Like, I think if you own a copy of it, you should be allowed to have it, like, figure out how to make it run on your PC. And not like a 30-fucking-year-old piece of technology or something like that, you know what I mean? I do believe that. I do believe that. Should be allowed to do that type of stuff. It's either that or you need to provide people that have bought the original copy a way to play it on their own computers. I mean, if you want to do that, go ahead. I don't think it's worth the space. I don't think it's worth the money. I honestly, I don't believe it's worth the money. I believe it's better just to let people learn how to reverse engineer and stuff like that. And just let them do it that way. I think it's much easier. What are we gonna call this one? Level E decrease? Oh, this is P. Level P decrease. Whoopsie. I don't know. I'm one of those people that kind of sit on Thor's side when it comes to the whole argument that currently is going on with the preserving of games. I know that puts me into a very hot take, but I more believe, like, we should just be allowed to to reverse engineer the things without like fear of it, and not as long as we're not doing it for commercial reasons. That's my simple input on it. Like it's a very simple input. I don't believe that a company should have to put forth a shit ton of money to try and figure out that end of things. But do I believe that they should be willing to surrender? Like, the fucking grip of control that they try to hold? Oh yeah, I fucking believe that. I think that's fucking ridiculous. Because I do believe there is definitely a middle ground on it, and I just hope that that initiative brings about good talk. Because that's my input on it. Like, I definitely agree with the prospect of it, but as for how they want to go about it, oh God, that's expensive. That shit is expensive, what they're trying to suggest. I don't think people have an idea, like, how expensive that can be for some games. Really don't think they understand. Games are complex. The most simplistic of the games still have even a lot of coding. You had some of these AAA titles and everything that are actually good titles and everything. Like, say, even Warframe. You imagine telling Warframe they would have to figure out a way for it to work appropriately? What? Wouldn't it just be easier to tell people once the game dies if you could figure it out, have fun? You don't have to worry about legal repercussions. As long as you're not making, like, financial, like, profits from it, or any financial gain from it. Like, fucking hell, that game is... There's no way in hell I would ever ask Warframe to do that. It's fun watching teachers pull PowerPoints out without internet? Yeah. 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 Bro, I remember floppy disks. I remember DDoSing my school's internet just because my friend said you couldn't do it. Risky, bro. I wouldn't endorse that, but it's good shit. It's like, can you do it? Oh yeah, you could do it. I don't. Should you do it? I don't know so much about that. Oh. Did you work with your school to try to figure out maybe how to prevent it? It was really risky, but I still did it. Yeah. Like, I think hacking is fine, to be completely honest, but it's not, like I said, like black hat hatting or hacking really just isn't my thing. But if you do ethical hacking, I guess is what you could call it, like, I'm completely good. I think there's no place in the world for you to say that it's not a good thing, in my honest opinion. It's, we need people out there like that. For sure, your computer. Well, I mean, they probably, like, you do it once, they're not going to, like, they're likely not going to suspend you if you're a decent student and all that. Decent enough, like, you get good grades and everything, but, like if you were to sit there and consistently DDoS the school, I'm sure they would eventually end up, like, sitting you down and, like, being like, okay, listen, we know it's you. You need to stop. But like a one-time thing, it's like, okay, whatever, you know. You can't blame a student if it happens once. Let's put it that way. That's what I'm getting at. You know, like, even though it can look like it was clearly them and everything, if it only happens one time, it's typically, and you don't have eyes on it happening, it's going to be typically hard for you to immediately put blame on it. And if you're a good school, you're going to just let it slide and just keep a close eye. I do say good school, because, of course, bad schools can happen. Alright, let's set these values differently here and check. Could manage to do it. I mean, it's impressive. Why would you want to get rid of a student like that? That's an immense amount of potential. Alright, we're going to be getting ready here after I test this to go take a break, though. My head is kind of fried right now. Alright, let's test this out, though. Oh, son of a bitch. I really just throw another if in there. Just for shits and giggles, I guess we do. I mean, if it doesn't fuck with the performance, I honestly don't give a shit. Too many ifs, though, it can really just kind of fuck with everything. But I'll do it. I'll do it because this engine is fucking weird sometimes. This is the most bizarre engine I've used sometimes, I will say. It has very unique little things. Like, I think it was yesterday, I had to put an alarm somewhere to make sure that it would delete something at the correct time, because even though I programmed two different things to run off the same key binding and set a variable in there to detect whether that object was there or not, it would still run both of the code at the same time, even though I told it not to run it if it was there, because what it was doing was actually running it on the step after. So what I had to do was create an alarm to run 2 steps after that to delete it so that it wouldn't run that. It's like the type of little stupid shit I have to do sometimes with this engine. Sounds good, Curtis. You take care, man. Thank you for stopping by. And, I really hope you get some good sleep before you have to go back into work, man. Overnight shifts that are long like that are really rough on the body. If you're not built for overnight, like your body doesn't naturally like it, that's really rough on you, man. So I hope you get good sleep. It takes a unique person to be built for night shift. Normal people are not built for night shift. Normal people are not built for night shift. Sounds good, man. You take care of me. Okay, so I feel like we're gonna have to enter in a bunch of different things here with this if level tick. Do I have, like, that over here? Oh, that's right, the scale input's gonna have to have all that code in it. Okay, we're working our way there. We're gonna fix this GUI thing and then we're gonna take our break. As long as we get that fixed right now, that'll be my good base to stop at. We got a good amount of coding done. But it hit me like a Mack truck here. Luckily there wasn't much, like, really intense thinking here. Or there wasn't any really thinking to be done at all, which was nice. I didn't have to think, which made it so that I could get a little bit more work done than I before last break. So, yay. Okay, take that, enter that in as true. I think that should work now. No, it shouldn't do that. I feel like we'll probably be able to clean that up more, to be honest with you, but for right now... this will be a good place to start. Okay. Why did that happen when I hit escape? Interesting. I'll have to fix that. Alright. It's fine. It's fine, Baker. You'll fix it. You'll fix it, don't worry. You'll fix it. Baker, is your brain frying? Let's just not talk about where I'm at right now, okay? Can we please just not talk about where I'm at? Alright. So, we'll go ahead and continue on with this. So, what we were looking at in here was that... we're trying to figure out how we can get this to run appropriately. We're really close, but there's just this little locking that happens. And we have to figure out how to avoid that locking. My way around it before used to be the move outside all, and it worked phenomenally. But... that's not going to work for a stationary target like a wall. At least I don't think it will. I mean, we can try maybe a minus direction on it. Because right now I'm just trying to work a bit of game maker magic. That's what this whole fucking coding is. This ain't nothing more than just... this is nothing more than engine manipulation. That's all I have been doing. I have just... because I understand how this works and how object... like, I've learned now how object, like, orientated code works and the best way to manipulate it to make it work at its most efficient and everything like that. Or at least I'm gathering. I'm getting there, I should say. I'm nowhere near there. I don't want to say I'm nowhere near there. I'm getting myself there. I'm really heavily trying to keep myself into that mindset, which is like short structured code small lines, nothing over 75 to 100 lines, and just very short statements here and there. And if you want to have more lines, it's just going to be variable placing or setting and such like that. And if you can figure that out, and you don't have to, hold up. And you can figure out exactly how to format that, you're just gonna have beautifully efficient code. You want to do everything you can to never call the script, but sometimes scripts are needed when you have hundreds of lines of code that you need to write, and it just works better out of a script being called on occasion. I'm completely avoiding that though. I haven't made a single script. I haven't made a single damn script. Everything is object, and it's object based, and it's coded within the object. There is no script calling or anything like that. There's parent calling, but that's it. Parent calling is fucking fine. It's very efficient. Like for me, the thing that costs the most in my game now, there's two things that cost the most in my game. That's... Here's my steps. I don't have steps here. I like that. There's two things that cost the most in my game right now. That's this right here. This line of code. This is my second most use. Is this. This is roughly like 7% of my steps or something like that. And that's only because it's checking every single step, and there's 1,800 rounds a second being fired. So here we are. You know. And then the other one is this right here. This is the other bit right here. This is the most expensive line of code that I have in my game. I guess if you want a live preview of it, this is the most expensive line of code in my game. And that's because there's 3,500 of them on screen. And I don't want to... I could make it more efficient. Like, I could make this drastically more efficient by checking every 10 steps, but I don't want to do that to the player. I would rather this be on point as 0 as possible. So that, like, right when the 0 occurs, all of that... we're good. I have been thinking of a way, though. I might be able to code this into the interaction. And then that would free up these steps here. Which, yeah. It wouldn't even exist. It would only exist in interaction then. So that would free up the most expensive resource that I have, which then would increase mob count. A lord knows how much amount, but I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about how we're gonna do that. Because like we're never done. We're never done. There must be more mobs, okay? I want somebody on a 4090 and like all of that, right? I want somebody on like a $5,000 computer that when they crank up that mob count, it just covers the whole fucking map and they don't have an inch of room. I want the map size to be the limitation to why there's not more mobs on the screen. That's what I want. And then we'll make a bigger map just for those people. Like realistically, if I can get myself to around 15,000 mobs, where I was at when I originally started coding this game before I started adding all these complexities and like all of this into it. Because like when I first started this engine and I just built a very basic game that says like, you know, create this mob here, make this mob aka projectile ability, whatever, make it go to this thing here and have it hit this thing and have these things that it hits also run to this, to the source. And that's all I really did, you know, or run to X player or player. That I had around, and you know, on an empty ass map that was massive, I could easily have 20,000 mobs on the fucking map because there was no collision, nothing going on. I almost left the game like that, and what I was going to do was set up a system to when mobs overlapped each other, they would power up each other, but then I realized the complexity of the code was already going to be just as complex as everything else, because it was going to read the exact type of mob that it was, and then transfer the stats correctly, and then I was also going to I was going to make the enemy themselves change dynamically based on the percentage of the mobs that were consumed within it and everything. It was gonna be a whole fucking system, and I was like, you know what, honestly, you should just probably just set up a collision system. You're gonna need one for walls anyways, bro. You know? You have an RTX 3080 and a 12 core. My guessing is that's an AMD processor then, or a Radeon processor, given the age and the core count. But yeah, I'm running on a 2060 for my graphics card, and my CPU is a 10400. Not overclocked, it's a F. I think it is the unclockable letter. I don't know. I don't care about overclocking, so I don't really care. Yeah, I figured it was Ryzen. Back then, Intel didn't do cores that high, so they were more powerful cores, but there was less cores, and AMD was more cores but less powerful individual cores. And depending on your work case scenario, that's what you would go off of. Like if you were gaming, typically Intel was better back then. I don't know where things sit right now, but Intel was better back then if you were gaming, and if you were more workstation related, you generally, unless it was like very high on demand, like video editing and such, you generally wanted to go with AMD and have Ryzen models, because it was able to split the load better and have individual cores that you could assign yourself to individual processes, which made those processes run much more efficiently than having a bunch of processes on one core. Oh, is no iGPU. Okay, no onboard. Oh, okay. 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 I thought the KNF was related to unlock and unlock. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Is no G. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I get you. Ryzen 3000 series was as good as Intel. Not when you got to a pixel by pixel performance, man. It was good enough to run. It would do okay, but it was not a competitor in any sort of facet when you got down to the nitty gritty. And you cared about how much money, like, and you looked at what you were actually getting. That's been proven time and time again over test. AMD has pretty much always been in the bottom end of things in that regard. They've always been known as the budget processor. They've never, like, that's a reality. Their Threadripper was like one of the few things that really helped like break that. That fucking heat monster. Let's try this real quick here. This is with parent collision, so we're gonna go minus direction with this one, maybe? We'll try that, and then we'll do it in an increment of 5. And this, I want to see how this works with the wall first before we continue on. Because we might add this into the enemy one too to run it first, and this may stop the locking from happening. AMD started beating until, yeah, my old host PC actually has the very last series of the 3000 series. No, wait. Yeah, it was the 2200G. It was I think that was the very last one they came out with. The 3000 series was the 2200G. But yeah, it was like, it came out really late too. It was like 2019 or something it came out. It was very, very crazy how late that thing came out for how old it was already for a series. Phenomenal processor though, to be honest with you. I used it on a host PC for streaming, and at one time I even used it for gaming, and I loved it. It has a 1050 in it too, NVIDIA for the GPU. I loved it. 16 gigs of DDR. Oh god, I think that one's 3 RAM. I played Warframe on it for a while. Good while. Did we really just fix it with that one line of code? Hold on here. Let me give the walls more health. I think we may have just fixed it with one line of code. This is what I meant earlier. Like, if this did fix it, this is what I meant earlier. Like, I just need one thing. Trust me, it's only one thing, one little tiny thing I need, and I'm done. Like, I knew I was there, pretty much. Like, I knew there was just, it was something had to occur at a certain point of time, and I just needed to figure out where and what that was. And I have been tearing my hair out, essentially. I've been going gray would be the best way to put it. I've been going gray as shit trying to figure this out. This AI in general has been 6 months of me trying to make. Because I don't want to use their motion planning stuff. I don't want to use their preset tools, is what I'm getting at. I want to make my own, because I know I can make something more efficient than their preset tools. Look at that. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Did you just see that? Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Oh, they're locking there, though. They're locking there. They're locking there. Okay. All right. So there we go. We got a little new bug, but... oh, they just got shot to Egypt. What happened there? Okay, he's getting shot on a corner now. That's interesting. Why are you going that way on a corner? That's very interesting. Maybe we're literally just gonna throw this over here too. We're literally just gonna do that. Right on the top. Just right on the top. That is... so there's just a little interaction that happens there when enemies get accelerated. And that's causing problems. Yeah, right there. Okay, there's a little push there. It's happening. That might be... okay, I got it. I think if we do 1 pixel on this instead of 5, this is going to go in a much better direction. This is going to cause a very slight amount of separation. I got to remember that my 5 was set to create an outcome. It wasn't set to fix a problem. The initial code itself fixed a problem, but I increased the value to create an outcome. And I have that outcome already created, so I have to focus on fixing the problem instead with its values. Beautiful. We gotta keep an eye on this corner. Actually, make sure we don't go near the corner, but we can see the corner. I think that did it. I literally think that... Oh, shit, he just got thrown. I saw that. Okay, so what happened over here? There is something that can... Here we go. That right there. Okay, that... Yeah, and then they went through the wall. So that is still occurring. Why is that still occurring? Maybe we move this to the bottom of the code. It may kind of seem weird. But maybe if it runs it on the tail end of the code, it'll work better. We may have to even place it twice in the code. Just to have it extra checking. Like moving out, moving out. Just move out, you know. Essentially, we can have it in the beginning, move out, run operation, move out while running operation. Go. We got a little switchy poo there. That was a nice one. I like that. Look at that. It really tried. It really tried to stop that one. Okay, let's put it at the start and at the end. It really tried. It tried very hard to stop that. It tried very hard. I'm actually very proud. Very proud of the engine. What if you do areas? What, have them check a circle radius around themselves? Is that what you mean? If so, we tried that yesterday. Oh my god, why did you do that? Oh. Oh no, he's stuck inside. What if you do areas, room, entrance / exit? What do you mean? You mean make multiple rooms for the player to go throughout instead of one big map? Is that what you're referring to? Okay, this is actually significantly worse, doing it twice. So at the top, I want to say that was actually our best results right there. Let's kind of just stare at it for a moment and see what we may need to add. There's going to be a few different things here that we can add now. But yeah, we tried a circle radius, and we tried different radiuses yesterday with that. I have to, that's something else too. I have to figure out, it's sometimes they spawn, because the XY for where the spawning is theoretically empty. So like right here is theoretically empty. It actually isn't empty because when they spawn and they're interacting with it. So that's where my problem is. Is inside area moved to exit? I'm trying to avoid using things like paths and stuff like that. Because that's what that would be more indicated towards. I guess what you're kind of referring to is I could set up an object inside of the room itself, and if inside there, I could have it focus to one of these locations and then set up XY coordinates on there based on what's closer. I could do something like that, but that's going to be extremely inefficient. And it's also going to kind of defeat the whole object destroying system that I put in if they're just smart enough to always guide themselves away from walls and everything. You know what I mean? If I make the AI smart enough to just navigate itself around everything, then the entire interaction system that I'm creating for the destruction goes completely to shit. It seems downward works fine. Downward actually is perfect. So there's a lesson here. There's a lesson here. There's a lesson here. Down is perfect in that regard. So why is that down perfect? This is interesting. There's something to learn here. Why is this down okay, but the other down isn't? Oh, no, we got one. We got one. We got one. We got one. Oh, we had one. I was also thinking that if that happens, what I can do is I can make it so that if the enemy's XY coordinate, meaning their actual center coordinates, interacts with the walls themselves. Yes, I can go through them right now. This is for testing reasons for me, so I don't have to run around walls. I don't want to run around walls. Just to appropriately test. But whenever that happens, so say like this right here would essentially be what it looks like. If that happens, it automatically destroys the wall. So it's like I can turn the feature into an actual mechanic, and it does work, but the thing is if you're really paying attention, you see it getting destroyed, and the enemy going into it, going halfway in and then it destroying. And I know that's a really big nitpick right there. I know that's a really big nitpick. But it's where I'm at, okay? But yeah, it kind of would look something like this. There's two different ways we can do that. We can run it a more efficiently way, or we can run it a way that might... This is one way I haven't tried it. I tried it a more efficient way, which is running an if variable and then just having a simple else statement. So if this doesn't happen, then this will happen. But if this happens, this doesn't happen. And it saves some resources. But one thing we can do is just have a simple if here and allow the code to keep running, and maybe that might work. If I remember correctly, it's place meeting, and we say XY, we say parent to destroy collision equals true, and then what we can do is we have a destroy here, and we can send that over to other. This is one way we can do it. Another way that we can do it as well is we can come over into the collision itself here and have that be checked in this area as well, which is already a very short amount of code, so it might be a better option, and we're not sending. So we'll try that first and we'll see how that looks. But they are ghosts. I understand it makes sense that they can go through walls. I totally get it. If player is in room, mobs go through entrance. Oh, so they'll funnel to it. I'd rather them destroy the entire thing. And then this way there's nowhere the player can go. Because the respawn timer isn't going to be 10 seconds. It's going to be in the minutes. Like, it's going to be a long time. So, like, if the entire, like, it's going to give essentially, the player, I'm going to figure out how long does it take me to destroy all of them. Essentially all the objects in the room with minimal mob density. And I'm going to tune my levels out more or less to looking at, after I do some like scaling testing and stuff like that, to see how I gain levels and how quick and everything, so that I can have a coordination in my head of what levels per hour look like, at least in this game mode. Because the way I'm going to always figure out levels per hour and everything on what's acceptable and all of that is going to be more tuned on to the mission itself. Because the way I look at things is when you provide a player with a multitude of different types of missions, you know, you have endless missions, dungeons, boss fights, and different submissions within those missions, you're going to have, like, generally players are going to stick to what they enjoy when it comes down to playing the game on a habitual basis. They're going to play other things, but they're going to have their main set game modes. So my overall thinking of like scaling and all of that type of stuff kind of like just feeds into just itself. And like, how does it feel if I'm just going to be a player who only wants to play this game mode all the time? So what we can do is we'll have this run at the very start. And what we can do otherwise is just run an else on there. And yeah, that's my simple destroy system. It sets the sprite object to nothing, so it doesn't have any hitbox anymore. And then what it does is it sets an alarm. Where are you? It sets an alarm that when it goes off, it just runs a which object code, which is a code in here that's created on creation that reads the sprite index. So it tells it what sprite are you. And then it just reruns that back in and resets the health back up. That's my code. There's no reading coordinates or anything like that. In fact, the thing never actually goes away, but because of how the engine works, it does go away. It has no visible code that gets ran at all because of how it's coded and how object-oriented coding works. So it's effectively deleted off the map, but not deleted off the map. It frees up all the resources as if it never existed, but it still exists. It's a beautiful thing. I call it game maker magic. It's just about understanding what you're using. We're not going to set up, like, we could do a switch case in this. I just don't feel like it's going to be necessary. Yeah, I just don't. We actually could just have this thing just straight run every time, but I kind of would like it to run first and get out the way. Like, if it happens, let's just free up that space and not even worry about the rest of that shit that happens here. We could actually run this like this. This would be better, and this would be faster. In the sense of the wall hitting 0 health would be registered faster. It wouldn't have to wait for the next interaction. It would just be ran. It would -1, and then it would run this right afterwards. So it would essentially be reading whatever the health is right after the update occurs. could even make this even better. Just say this. We don't even need it. We don't even need it. What does it matter? You don't need to know that it's gonna be like... You just need to know that if it's gonna be less than 0, you need to do this. But other than that, just -1. What does it matter? Get rid of it. You don't need that if check. There we go. Okay. That looks better. Let's see how that looks. There's the walls. Are they not respawning now? What did I do? I do it. I did it. I broke the code. Oh. Because you're destroying the fucking instance, you stupid shit. That's not, you don't... Go grab a bib. You stupid ass. What is wrong with you? You just got done explaining the entire fucking system, and what did you do? You destroy it. Okay, that's the wrong one. We gotta change that over. Position meeting. Position meeting. I get position meeting and place meeting confused all the time. I could just never I never remember it. I don't know why. I don't know why. I always get them confused. I don't know why my brain can't remember position as in it's positional, and place as in it just counts as your whole place. Like my brain, for some reason, it's like, you don't know what that means. They very clearly word it for you to be in layman's terms to understand the difference, but here you are, not understanding the difference. Absolute winner. It did. Yeah, you see how slow that occurred? Why was that so slow? There was a lot of mobs there that went over that. Why was that so slow? Alright, let's try moving this over into this code instead then. That was really slow. Which is weird because we're about to be sending the code. Not that that makes any sense, that this is going to be faster than that, but that happens slower than it even did yesterday for me. What is it? Parent destroy collision. There. I also have been thinking of doing X plus and an X plus or a Y plus, and then doing that for a minus as well. What are you getting mad about? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Here, is that better? Ah, that code looks even better than it did. Ah. Ah, it's so beautifully short. Tell ya. So beautifully short. I should have just got more efficient. Okay, we saw a lot happen over here. So it's kind of like, pay attention over here. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, actually, that wasn't. I mean, it's better than it was yesterday because of this extra collision that I put in with the move outside. That was a little bit harder to notice. The thing is, well, I guess if nothing is there, then it won't respawn. It'll immediately get destroyed, or it'll respawn. And then if the mob is there, it'll immediately go away again. We could still give them a buff with it regardless, though. Alright, let's go down to the bottom. See what's going on down there. Need a good little spot to test. If we go up here. It definitely cleans up a bit of the jankiness. I saw that up there. Yeah, you know, you can still see it. If they move slow enough, you can see it very, very, very easily. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. But it is definitely is not the best. The fuck is going on? What is going on here? What is... Oh, that's you. It's you. Hiding under the table. Okay. I was wondering what that was. It's just him hiding underneath the table. Peeking out and everything. If I can... No? Good night. There we go. Alright. Oh. We're making a little bit of progress here. We've made some progress. We've got it a little more consistent. We still have our issue. We do have our security measure for our issue in play, but I'm not 100% happy with that as a security measure, to be fair. I'd rather something different there. There we go. Just have the eyes popping out there. Yeah, it is coming along nicely. I have no complaints about it so far. Outside of the fact that it's not perfect. It's weird how this one seems like it's faster. Oh. I know why it's faster. Because over in this one here, it's being read of its XY. So either way we're sending. Is it faster to just send those, or is it faster to check an object's? Which is faster? They're both sends, but what's a faster send? What would make a faster send? What would make a visually faster send? Maybe we... Let's try that real quick. Let's try that. I feel like that's going to be more efficient on, or inefficient on the engine itself, but if it's not like too inefficient and it gives a better visual display, like, yeah, that's better in my opinion then. As long as we're not losing too much going on with it. I really can find a mob count. I don't even gotta pay attention to that right now. It's over 2,000. We're good. Now we just gotta... We gotta look for the mob interaction. Interesting. There's... Oh. That actually looked faster. That actually looked a lot faster. Because I was paying attention to that guy. I kind of know the movement to look for now. On when a mob is going to be stuck. Let's see what happens over here. Nothing there, okay. I just kept going, damn. Here we go. Oh, you can see it still. Ah. Vega, are you shooting for too much perfection for a $5 game? I might be, but you know what? Hey, I'm like... having fun while doing it. Be completely fair. Like, it's frustrating, don't get me wrong, but honestly, like, theory crafting in all the games I used to theory craft in was just as frustrating. This one at least, like, has, like, a multitude of different ways that I can possibly fix things instead of, like, just one way, like, a couple ways that the developer has intended for it to happen. So, that's kind of where that's at for me. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and get ready for a break here. When we come back, we'll continue on. Do remember the only reason ads aren't run for pre-rolls while I am actually here is because I do run ads while I am on break and when I do support streams. So your lurking during those is much appreciated and does help support development of the game. But I'll see you all when I come back from the break. Okay, so where we left off, trying to figure out how to make this run appropriately. We're tossing around ideas. There's gonna be something. How do we make them move spots? Get them to move places and take turns hitting the wall. But we can't do the move outside. Oh no, no, it's not gonna matter. I was thinking for something else, but it doesn't matter. Predominantly the motion blur. But I was like, well, animation speed isn't gonna. No, it's not gonna fix the floor problem. It will not fix the floor problem. We could fix the mob problem with it. That, yes. We could set it to the same animation speed, and then maybe it would be even with it. And that's whenever a player would be moving. I'm not gonna focus on that right now, though. What matters is we figure out this current problem. So maybe a different place for this. Maybe we want it in here. He spawned there. That's interesting. I think we just... Oh my god, it was so close. He just went through for no reason. Yeah. That's not even no reason. Okay, something... I got stuck inside the wall. Like good results with that at 10. See if that kind of adjusts things. Okay, let's go back to this trying to swap positions. How do we swap positions? How do you read? Is there a way? How to read another instances XY and your studio. Let's see if there's anything in here. How to reference the XY. No, this is not. In any two instances of the same object. Actually, yes. The user clicks a button which creates an incident. This calls a create event. Diospice? Diospice? What is that? How did you... I'm stupid. How did you spell that? Oh, this is 9 years old? Oh, jeez. So this is the problem with the game engine. Let me see if I can find anything else. Was past year. Addressing variables in other instances. Object ID. There. Well, other data X would work the same as this. Maybe. Hold on here. Oh no, what are you doing? Okay, we're getting somewhere. Wait a moment. Why? It's so close. It's gonna be something then. This isn't what we need. We need something else. This isn't the play. You need them to keep not in the code. They repeated a now they're even more frequently going through. Oh, that's horrendous. Oh, you're so close. You're so close. What is the exception? What is the exception? What is the fucking exception? What is the exception? What is the exception? We're getting so close. I mean, this is actually getting really close now. This is very close to happening. What is the exception? What is the exception? Is it that here we can't run this at all? What do we run then? This is just, so it just keeps repeating that until maybe. That one looks like he spawned there. Every time we've seen that, they've spawned there. That's something we gotta figure out. About why that is occurring. That's its own thing, though. I want to go kill that guy. I don't want that interfering with my testing. We're gonna have that figured out. I want this corner, though, too. He's not recovering. That's what I was worried about. See, they... Oh, one just went through. One just went through anyways. So that alarm isn't the problem. Oh my god, that alarm isn't the problem. Put the alarm back in then. Because it fixes another problem. use some game maker magic. Yeah, let's try this first. Let's try this game maker magic. Game maker magic. Let's see what that does. There's no promises on this. Just gonna have fun with it. I'm so close to something right now. Ah, it's even worse. I thought it would be worse. Could I just like set speed to 0 maybe? And then set this. Maybe we might have to move the other alarms out into a different spot, have them trigger differently. Okay. Okay, that's definitely not what I wanted. That was... Oh. Let's try the instance thing. I don't know why I keep forgetting. We just did all that research. We just did all that damn research. Well, because it was the same thing over here. Other.x, other.y is the same thing. Which is that over here. So we have them switching places there. And now... we need to figure out what they need to do after that. We need to figure out what to tell it what to do after that. What do we tell you to do after that? And we could possibly tell it to snap to position. Not too sure. I'm gonna just keep messing around with it a little. You're definitely getting there. That is, so that's what you would, you would say that, you know, you could say that, that didn't work. You could definitely say that. Yeah. I got it. Alright, hold on here. Just one step at a time with this. So, first thing we're gonna do is this. Okay, and we do know that, yes, this is gonna make them stack. But just give it a moment. I want to see that it does it first so I can confirm I'm on the right step. Okay, we got 1, 2. Someone still got pushed. How did you still get pushed? How did you get pushed? What? This needs to occur first. We'll keep that like that first with the alarm, and then we'll move the alarm around and see. We will figure out why you're spawning there. Yeah, they're definitely pushing. It's not like I want. Now let's try this first before we go through and do this. Thank you. I don't know why I was doing that. I was being a pain. Okay, so that did not make a difference. This, on the other hand, gave us a little bit better results. We'll try putting the alarm second this time. Okay. There we go. The alarm placement. There it is. The alarm placement was everything. Good, good. Okay. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here a little early. And when we come back, though, we are gonna go ahead and keep it going. Okay. Now we're actually recording. Danny caught me on that, thankfully. So what I think is actually occurring is there's so many mobs, or it just gets really unlucky. And when this happens, there isn't a place free, so it just kind of goes off and does its own thing. Oh, I also have old code in here. I have old code in here. Interesting. Now that's interesting. Hold on here. I forgot about this. I forgot I had done this. I did this yesterday while I was off stream. I had made a system to where, like, a true false thing, and they were alternating back and forth, and there was resets to where if they there was nothing, they weren't interacting with anything, both variables would go false. Because I was trying to figure out exactly what is going on and all that. So I was trying to separate the code on when it occurred and everything to see, and all that. This might work well on an alarm. That is interesting. Let me just put this in like this. I don't think this is gonna... I don't think this is gonna work like we want. Forgot I had done that. least I forgot to tell y'all. I remember doing it, but... Oh, let's take out the security measure. Alright. Take out this. I can go. Because right now we're working on something better. We're working on it better. Okay, they're floating away aimlessly. Okay. Guess that does work well on an alarm. I think we're on to something here. I think we're on to something. That's worse. So let's adjust things back here. This worked really well in here, though. This worked actually insanely well in here. And you... What? I'm confused. So why did you paste down there if you know, whatever. You did what you did, and that's fine. I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to judge you. Okay, so we're gonna go with that, and then that. And we make sure I'm over here. And beginning here, we always want to make sure alarm equals 0. And we'll go here and just make sure alarm equals 0 again. Well, let's see if we see a difference if we just do one call of that. We can say, well, yeah, one call of the, we'll do it. Okay. And it should be back to what we had before. Starting to understand. Starting to understand. You might be part of the problem. What if they never hit a false? But they never interact with something again before that happens, so it never re-triggers the alarm. Oh, hey, stupid. Just make the alarm keep triggering until it's... oh, come on, stupid. What is wrong with you? Well, what if it never happens? What happens if it never happens? Let's find out. Where can I... There we go. Awesome. I want to say that was probably at 60. And then what I'll do otherwise is this. And we can say just a simple other if. We'll have it, we'll figure it'll be running more than it won't, so we'll run it on the top. So that it's not always running down to the second line. The second line only occurs when this is not set to be there. Maybe this might pick them up. Who knows? Because I think that's what's happening there. Looking at it, I think it's there's nothing for them to do, so they're just floating it. You see, they're more responsive now. Look how they're actively trying to fix themselves now. Oh, they still went through. But they are actively trying to fix themselves a bit more now. So... there is something we need to do here. There's something that needs to be ran. Maybe this gets ran during it. So when this is occurring, this happens here. I don't think we should pick the code up immediately again. I feel like we need a little bit of an interruption between it, but I mean, I could be wrong. We may just want to have it re-pick up the target. For the player. Oh, oh. Oh, damn it. They're still doing it. They're still doing I gotta really look. There's something causing that. What would be the reason? What would be the reason? What would be the reason? Hmm. Their directions are meeting up. What if I set the movement speed to 0 in the beginning of the code and then let it run? Like maybe a forced stop will make it do something? I'm trying to figure out very simplistic ways to fix this. Very simplistic ways. Well, like I said, we still have the one option there where we can have it to where if they fly it on an XY, they'll destroy it. We'll just have them get like a whole surplus of stats for doing it, but... And it would make sense to the concept of the game, don't... Oh, that's interesting. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I don't... This is interesting. I just saw one go through. Yep, there they go. Curiosity. Maybe we're putting this in the wrong spot. I know this doesn't make too much sense here, but maybe this is the play. Tell it to do something, then tell it to just stop moving afterwards, and then let the pickup code pick, like, or the place free code pick up. I don't know if this is 100% the play, but we're gonna say. No, what? Huh? Whoa. that was 100% not the play. Oh, I bet you. Okay, so what that likely was the move outside all was activating, and it was up against the wall, and because it didn't have a direction to go, it just went forward. That's likely what that was. Because that's why it works well here, but it doesn't work well over here. Why is this running twice here? How many times is that running twice in the other areas? Okay, let's test again. I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference, but like it, you know, if we change something, it's worth just testing. Because we're at a point now to where it's like micro changes is what's going to make our difference. So everything we change, we have to test, and we have to test one thing at a time. One change at a time. We have to make sure. So if you notice they stop moving, I think that's because the place free that they go to isn't a place free. So what they do is they have no code, so they just stand there. And you see how much of it's preventing from happening? We have one guy in there now. We have two. I don't know. I don't know if they're spawning or not. I don't know if he's just causing interaction problems, to be fair with you. That's exactly what it looks like. So if place is not free, they don't move. Oh, there's one. What was that? The move outside happened. The move outside happened there. So what if we take the move outside out now? That we have this? So we don't have to worry about a possible problem. Maybe that fixes the move outside thing and allows us to get rid of that code, because that is now creating a problem because it's not moving. We can still have that in there. We're going to need to put in a loop though and have it constantly search for place free is going to be our next thing to do. And then otherwise it will be at position, it'll have a speed of 0. That's what I'm going to look at next. And I'll have it break and move to the point whenever the place is free. I just don't know how performance heavy that's going to be with that many mobs on screen. I'm kind of worried about doing that. As you can see, without the move outside, the interactions are much more controlled. I don't even see our problem actually occurring. I think I may have fixed it there. I think I just fixed it. Okay. Okay, we're one step closer. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there now. And we understand why they're not moving. Because we see when they move. So we are very, very, very close right now. We are extremely close. Look at that. Maybe instead of a loop, we... Oh, no! 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 Oh, we had one mob do it. Why, though? Why did you do it? Why did you do it, though? Why did you do it? That's the question, is why did you do it? It happens so... I kind of want to focus on that first before I start adding the loop in. I mean, maybe it might clear it up if things are constantly checking and moving and everything. See, that's weird. This moves right. Just moved up and just right in. Why did you do that? Oh, shit, I didn't see it. Okay, good. I'm streaming. Baker, you're streaming. Go look at your damn stream right now. You can look back at this. What are you doing? Oh, no, you missed it. Oh, God. What is wrong with you? Why are you... Why? Why are you like this? Mute tab. Alright. Hold up. Wait a minute. It's adding a scene. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, here we go. Game Maker manual. That gets turned into... Not you. Here's the other Firefox. Here it is. Okay. Here it is. Okay. Okay, that right there. That right there. Oh my god. It's phenomenal. Who does it? Come on. Okay, I think we may have to like go frame by frame or something. We go normal. Can you... Can you show me it occurring? I saw it. I think we're getting close. This is why I kind of wish I streamed at normal latency. This is why I wish I streamed at normal latency sometimes. I guess it should have been easier for me to find streaming in a delay. Here we go, I just saw it. What is... I'm not doing that. That's not me fast forwarding. Oh, that's me. Oh, I'm at that point. Son of a bitch. Oh no. Oh no, I'm at the loop. Oh, I don't know what's what. Oh no, we're in Streamception. Okay, it was in this, it was here. It was somewhere in here. Oh no, I had entered Streamception. Oh no. Alright, just pay attention. You'll find it, and when you find it, you can reverse around it. Oh, hold on here. Did you see it? I didn't notice that in the beginning. What is that? Okay, I think the loop might fix it all. I'm gonna be honest. I think that loop might fix everything. I think doing that might fix everything. I think we might be on to something there. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wait a gosh darn moment. Wait a gosh darn moment. Wait a gosh darn moment. I think we just figured out why that happened. Saw that move outside? You saw that? That's not good. That's not good. That's not what you're supposed to have there. You don't have that. That's a bad thing to have. See? That's why it was moving outside. You curse of a system. That's one of their pre-built-in things. I need to always stray away from using anything that's pre-built in like that. And make sure I make it do the things it needs to do. I tell it what to do. I mean, this is definitely getting there. This is definitely getting there. Okay. So I want to try this now instead. I don't want to do that. Where are you? Is that parent enemy? Where are you? I think this is you. Yeah. Okay. You. Can I have you here, please? Okay. Thank you. All right. All right, let's see what happens there. Not too confident in it, but we'll take a look at it. We're fixing other things, so I like to go back sometimes and re-add or redo code where I had it before to where I knew I wanted it in efficiency-wise, and then see if that actually works or not. So as you can see, when place isn't free, they are just standing still. That's very interesting. Look at that. Okay, all right, that is interesting. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, then we're gonna say at the end of this, we're gonna set that like that. That out, that. And then this way we have a generalized set that always sets it. So if place isn't free, it sets that, and maybe it'll still pick up interactions that we're looking for. Come on. Alright, we're getting better. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I got this then. I know what to do. We tried to place empty before with switches that they didn't want to work here for some reason without me having to add if variables to create constants to do what, or to create things to make it become true and false. It was kind of weird. So it's just gonna be it. I'm not gonna worry about it. I did it. I did it. I fucking did it. I fucking did it. I made a fucking AI finally. In this engine. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Huh. Oh. Thank God. Thank God. 7 months of learning this engine from the very beginning. And really just getting familiar with coding in a general regard again. Besides some basic auto hotkey scripting. I finally did it. I was able to make my own AI. And it's pretty efficient. Pretty efficient. Oh, God, that feels good. Oh, that feels really good. Do I have code for alarm 9? Correct. Okay, good, we still have that. Alright. Let's start toying around with this system. Actually, I would like it on a 10. 10 is like the most efficient alarm set that you can have. I would like this on a 10. So we gotta attune this to a 10. I wanted to do, so let's just do 5 times the number, I guess. Like that. Because I know I wanted to do, I didn't want it on interaction. That felt like it was too bad for me. Take care, Nip. I'm sorry I missed that message, man. He was farming Fullman Prime. You got the gold, but not the silver. Well, at least you got done the worst part. Silver, at least, like, in regard of if they had to buy it, it wouldn't be as bad. Do you know what I mean? But take care, man. And thank you so much for stopping by. It was good talking to you, homie. Okay, I want to give those walls a bit more health. I didn't know 50 was going to be good. I guess a 50 is a little too low there. I died relatively quickly. I might just make it on interaction. I don't know. I could just make it a really fast scaling and they, like, the walls don't have much health. I do that. Or just make it the every 10 minutes there, you just get some tanky ass mobs for that if you don't clear correctly. Or if you don't keep on top of clearing things. Well, that, yeah, no, 100 felt good there. Their scaling is still... It, like, doesn't look like it's actually even occurring. It's kind of weird. I don't even see their size increasing. Collision with this. If alarm equals 0, set alarm to 10. Then this will go off. Maybe the problem is that maybe it doesn't... Maybe I do have to have it constantly running? I don't know. Let's throw it in real quick and just say. We'll take that out. And the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna set speed to 0. And then we'll do that. We'll see what happens. Actually, I want to divide these numbers. If I do this appropriately, we did 10, so we got to divide this by 10 parts, so... what is that point? 005? Right? Yeah. Just... This gets another 0. Alright, what this does is it's a percentage, more or less. It multiplies that number into the current stats of the enemy. That's all that is. It's very simple. I like that health. So now we need... let me just try 0.5 because I like that health, actually. I like them dying relatively quickly. I want the scaling to be very fast on them. The reason why is I don't want them to be around forever and then be blocking the player forever. Or blocking getting to the player forever. I just want them to be a quick buff for them and then a timer goes on. And if the player doesn't beat them to the location and take them out, then they have to deal with buffed mobs that become buffed relatively quickly. There we go. Oh my. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, run. Exactly. Like that. And that. And, oh, Jesus. That. That. That's the kind of stuff we're going for. A little too strong. A little too strong. A little too strong. But we're getting there. Definitely getting there. I like the scaling though. I like the size scaling. Oh my. He's been doing things already. Actually looks appropriate right now, possibly. Where are they? Oh, okay. And their XP also gets increased as well as they do gain a buff, so they will be worth more. They're not just harder mobs for senseless reasons. Outside of just being hard, they will also give you more experience. Kind of feels like we're getting a performance issue. What just happened? What just happened? Oh no. I got... Did I get banned? Okay. Alright. Lord. Let me take this out here. I think that's what that is, to be honest with you. Let's see. If not, we got a memory leak somewhere. We gotta figure it out. Oh man, that was good. Yeah, you see how mobs are coming in more now? Look at how much denser the mob density is right now. Yeah, that's what it was. I figured as much. Somebody probably got stuck in the storage. I bet you that was the size of a mob. I bet you that was a mob's forehead. I bet you it was a mob's forehead who got stuck in the utility closet. Okay, we're gonna have to limit the size. I just thought about that. I bet you they were stuck in the fucking utility closet. And if you're asking, what do you mean, Baker, utility closet? This right here. Oh my god, that would make so much sense. Here, oh, we're getting it again, actually. Who is it? Oh, I just died. Okay, what is happening? Something's happening there. What is happening? What is being left open and causing... It happened every time I went down to the bottom right. Whenever I moved. Kind of weird. We're just gonna sit here for a moment and see though. Oh boy, look at how big that one's getting down there. Oh, he's just stuck. Oh. I think we found out what happened. That's supposed to be. Oh shit. What are you looking at? It's consuming the map. Look at this. Oh, I think we found out what happened. Oh, I think we should run away from that. We should probably run away from that. It's coming towards us. Oh no. Keep running, little guy. Oh my. That's a really big model, but oh, it killed me. Look at this thing go. Intended gameplay. Absolutely intended. So I think we're gonna have to put in a few protections and such into the AI. I don't think this is gonna work. Is it still growing in the background one? Is that still getting... It is. It is actually still... Look, it's getting bigger. Look at that. How much RAM am I using right now? This has got to be doing something right now. Right? No? Still non-existent on the RAM? We got 8% of CPU being used. Okay, that's not bad. How's the GPU looking? We're also encoding on the GPU for our stream, mind you. What are we at? 69%. Nice. Nice. 38 degrees Celsius. That's not bad. It's pretty hot. Not as bad as I thought it would be right now. Yeah. So there were a few things we're gonna have to do. Oh, good. Yeah, first things first. We are gonna get ourselves ready for a break. When we come back, we're gonna continue on with the nonsense, figuring things out, breaking the game, fixing the game, breaking it, fixing it, and breaking it. You know, that's how we gotta do it. But I do want to thank you all for coming around and chilling as always. And do remember, I only run ads during my breaks and when I do my support streams. So you're lurking during that is much appreciated. And during those times, I will be playing VODs and having some live gameplay in the bottom right. So if you want us to chill around, get some ads that I highly suggest you 99.9999999 repetitive 9 never click on. If you would care to do that, that would be amazing. But we'll see you all when I come back from the break. I think that might make more sense. Alright, well, first off, let's worry about that later. Or get distracted. Let's do an alarm 6 in here, and we're gonna inherit alarm 6 and alarm 7. Just like that. And where's the inherit button? There it is. Okay. And I don't like to have alarms stacked on each other. I find they bug a lot if you do that. They can work, but then they don't work sometimes. So I just kind of steer away from doing such things. Mine as well. Adjust those over. Bring these in. Okay. We'll worry about the 8 in a moment. Please. And we'll figure out what we can make globals and non-globals later on. That's a whole optimization thing that we'll be doing at one point to see if we can increase mob count. Also, speaking on that, one thing we'll be doing during the rework is we're going to set up a system to allow the player to set their mob cap based off of their previous mob caps that they've hit in the game. So they can hit a higher mob cap, essentially. And then based off of how strong your PC is, you'll be able to attune the mob cap to whatever you want. So that no matter what, you'll have a stable experience for your PC based off of your needs. Get some water real quick. Okay. Let me just cut that for right now. And I am just going to make an alarm here, but it's not going to register or turn on at all. That's all. And essentially later on we can just set one here that if player level equals to etc. to this here, then this alarm gets registered and then we can have it loop back through around over to here. That's simple. Look at the errors. Alright, unknown object player scale not set before reading. At least we're getting errors. At least we're getting errors. Huh? Where didn't you like it? Yes, you are absolutely 100% correct. You would not know what it was. You are actually correct on that. You would have no damn clue. Enemy level is not increasing. Let me get this auto reset done too. And he's oh, hey stupid. Did you know? Let me see, is this, you see, how do you expect the alarms to reset if you don't tell the exact alarms to reset? Absolute winning. Just so much winning. There, player level, enemy level. Oh, I'm turn my music down. My personal music, I should say. There we go. So, let me see here. There's like a few things I wanted to do. I wanted to set up for the player to destroy a certain amount of objects, and if they did, then they could avoid the enrage phase. And then I also wanted to fix damage a little. I wanted to put all of these into alarms and shorten them up. What What do I want to do first? Let's do the alarms. Let's do the alarms so we can figure out what we're going to do with everything else and see how that works. I think that's going to be our best bet. Start with the alarms. You know what? Let's just open up new workspaces all around. I don't need that open. Probably should just reload the engine after closing that in general. You may ask why. There's a bug on the engine with large maps. Actually, give me a second. Let me do that. The bug is it creates a memory leak. Stuck on those objects, hitting the objects, the more they will become buffed, and the stronger they'll be when they actually do encounter you. So that's the system we're working on right now. As you can see, there's literally like no performance hit at all with the spawning and deletion of things, and that's even on a 10-second respawn. Wasn't lying when I said there was a memory leak, by the way. You saw how much faster that loaded? That's because the game thing wasn't open. Like I said, they don't know why. It's been acknowledged, but they don't have a fix for it. They fixed a bunch of other problems I was having, but they haven't fixed that one yet. Granted, I didn't encounter that one until recently here when I increased the map size large enough. From what I can tell from research, it's anything over 30,000. Is the rough estimate, is the rough like point to where people hit issues. The game itself doesn't have issues when you render it and everything, but it, like in the engine itself, if you have it up, it just creates a memory leak in the engine itself and it starts to get slow and sluggish. Okay. So let me see, what do we need here? I want to see what we have, which ones are uniquely different, right? Well, we're gonna not worry about parent collision, that's fine. That's fine. What we can do with this though, because I think we were getting mobs on a damn wall. Really annoying. Then we say if position meeting X, Y, parent collision equals true. Destroy. This way, if the center of their XY meets, which is why we do position meeting, it's the exact position of what we're looking for, because we could set it to bounding boxes and all of that within here. It'll destroy it, so we don't get anything stuck in the wall. What's in the air? What do you mean, what's in the air? Did I say something was in the air? Or you hit me with something here? Where are we going with this? I might have said it, I don't know. Like, I know what I said, but I don't know what I said. That makes sense. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Anyways, how many different unique things do we have here? Wrong memory leak? Oh, no. Okay. Essentially, if you have a map over 30,000 pixels open in GameMaker, like you have a tab for it, like you have a little room itself open here, it'll start causing a memory leak that even if you close the map itself, it still keeps like creating the memory leak until you completely close the engine and reopen it. They know about it. They're working on it. I couldn't even tell you what the hell's going on there. I have no clue. I can tell you what obviously is happening, but it's not going to help you whatsoever. Something is looping that shouldn't be when you have a map that's created over 30,000 pixels. And like, that's the most unhelpful answer you can ever have, so I don't know what's going on. But yeah, nothing to do with the game itself now. Or with the game I'm creating. Yeah. Because like everything works fine in the game itself, and it won't have a memory leak. It's just in the engine something happens. Yeah, leaky loopy, yeah. Which, I mean, if I was to tell them that, they would say, no shit, Sherlock, what do you think a memory leak is? Most of the time, that's what a memory leak is, dumbass, is something is left running and collecting that shouldn't be. It's like, hi. Okay. So we're gonna look at this and see how many different systems we have. And then we're gonna figure out how many alarms we need to make, because we don't need this many alarms for all the different systems here. We just need to be able to send them to different alarms. So we're able to reduce that whole thing out a bit more. So we have an iRandom2 for... I'm going to write this down on a notepad. I'm not going to pull a notepad up for you guys because I don't want to blind you. But yeah, I just use regular notepad. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm just so old school. I've used it forever. Okay, so we'll say distance greater than 2200 for this one. And we have a can I tab? Thank you. We have a iRandom 2 for, what are we doing? Are we moving? Okay. And this is for place for free ob1. And then we also have a... Okay, this is for interaction with it specifically. We can leave this code in. That's fine. Okay. Then this one doesn't matter. This one... We have a... Where do I put this count to make this easier on myself because I'm stupid? We'll put it down here. Count. Like that. And we have a count 2 for this now. This does the exact same thing. So we have a 2 count for that now. Oh wait, hold on. We're back here. Back here. Yeah, random 2. Okay, that's what I thought I saw before. Okay, so we have a 2 count for that. And this is... Is this greater? No, that's greater there. What about here? Oh, hold on. This is 2200 is greater. Okay, this is 2200 is greater. Whoopsie. Okay, so we got that one there, that one here as well. I think this one's a higher. This is okay. I know which one this was. Okay, and here's this one set to 50, but we'll try it. We'll try to make it easier on myself and just do a count 3 for that. So we'll say distance over 2200 for iRandom 2, place free object, or for place free. Check. And then I'll say count 3 for myself, and the 3 count would be parentheses, mission 1. Parent destroy collision and parent's enemy in parentheses here. Oh, I guess what I could do is this too. Hold on. Watch this. We can always just do this. Boom. Lordy. I know how to use the engine I play. Oh my lord, I feel like, you know, I feel like I have the brain damage that I have sometimes. I really feel it. I really wholeheartedly feel it. Okay, so we have that there. So now we have another one we're creating, which we will call... I don't think we have anything else for distance. Yeah, okay. Come back over here. We'll do distance over 2200 here. And then we have a iRandom 999. Is it 999 or 9999? Like how many nines are we talking here? 3. 3 nines. We need to get the alarms up for the movement too. Because I think we can shorten the code in there to just send it over to a different alarm. Those are spells, dumbass. I love how smart you are. Get rid of this. Get rid of it. Go back up here. Close this. Don't even look at it. Don't even look at it. Check like that. I wonder if I can just... Yeah, okay, that saves my life a little bit. So we don't have to worry about this for a closer, yeah, this one here. That one's fine. Okay. So now we need to check for point distance over 2200 is what we're going to be looking for currently. And we're going to look for an iRandom 999, and we're going to kind of go off that. We'll start out with this here. We were back over here before. And... I'll be sure to specify individually the FPS real ones. Though we might be changing all of those over to that just to help with performance. I think it's like a simple check that we can run pretty much everywhere to help things just like literally always stay stable. Oh. Let me get a sip of a drink here. I lied. It was more than a sip. Sorry. Anyways. We have irandom 999. We're gonna call this one specifically FPS check. Now we'll do count. Okay, so we have a count of 1, obviously, here. Let's just look through the rest of it and see if we see an FPS real. Even though I have looked through all this already, I'm always just going to recheck to make sure that I am doing this correctly. Okay, and we have an image scale for it as well here. Okay, so we'll say count 2. And we're gonna bracket and say it was, which 2 was it? Alarm 11 and parent enemy? Yeah, alarm 11 and parent enemy. So we're gonna word parent enemy first just to get it out the way like that. Oh, you didn't capitalize the others. Don't capitalize these. Parent enemy. And also it was alarm 11. Alarm 11. Parentheses though. Image, we'll call it image scale 3. Bracket. Okay. Was there anything else like miraculous, or do we just need 2 alarms? The hell was that? Anyways, whatever. It doesn't concern me. No, we have an irandom 2 as well we need to make. Oh, wait, no, we have the irandom 2, and then we have this. Is that it? Is it really? This here. Okay, we have another one. Object destroy. Enemy target object. And that's a irandom. And this one's over 2200, right? Wait. We're looking at, oh, okay. Who was I looking at when I was looking at this? You, okay. I random 100. 100 object target and okay, we should be back now. I don't know, I had a little hiccup, sorry about that. I'll just cover it that way. Okay, I'm gonna guess 3 alarms then. We should really only have to make. So let's go ahead and just try that right now. Oh. But we're gonna go 10, 9, 8. Pop that up here. Wish I could just kind of... Can I grab multiple tabs? No, of course not. No, I have tried every combination of Control-Alt-Shift-Click that I... You cannot just select multiple tabs. I mean, it's not going to be perfect. Anyways. Okay, so let's go ahead and set these systems up here. We'll take this one out here. We'll put this one into, I guess, we can do alarm 10 for this. That's fine. And... where was that? It was here. Correct? Yeah. Let's move you over here. Move you to alarm 10. And... instead, we're gonna do this. Can I have an alarm here? Yeah. Exactly what I'm looking for. Do that. The alarm 10. We're gonna figure out the resetting of this alarm too. Because it's gonna be in different spots than where it is right now. So this one here, this go off. We'll say 10 for it, I guess. We'll aim for efficiency, and then we'll tailor it downwards in speed, or tailor it downwards to occur faster as we need. But we'll tailor it for where I know the best amount of efficiency is, while also being quick, which is 10 steps. When you have 60 steps in a second, 10 and, you know, a sixth of it is a really good buffer range. It leaves a little bit of breathing room for everything. Actually, hold on here. We say this right here. Take that out here. Put this over here. Where was that again? Where was it again? 11. I forgot where it was. Come down here. And then we say that. And I think we want to run one more if. It's just to check the alarm. We'll see how efficient this is, but if alarm and equals 0. This way it doesn't overplay the alarm in the sense of it doesn't give it time to finish or anything. That looks like that, and then that runs into that. And then I guess that's where we can put this in. We'll just grab one right now and do that. Well, I run this every 30, so I guess we could run that 30. Well, we need a 2 run. Because it's already been indicated 2 run, so we don't want to have to wait too long. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then it'll wait another 30 and then loop back through again. So that won't be bad. That'll be good. That'll be good. Okay, let's replace that everywhere on 11 right now. What do we make it an alarm 10? Yeah, alarm 10. Actually, let's just do one at a time here. We'll do this one, we'll completely convert them over, and then we'll test to see if we have any errors, and then we can convert everybody over to get a better idea. Otherwise, we're having to fix errors 4 times. That's just unnecessary. Okay, so we have this looking like this, nice and easy, and then we have else if equals. Okay, so this is to this right here. This. Okay, so I guess this is the fundamental here. That. I know we wanted to adjust the range, but we'll be doing that later. Right now I want to figure out getting these moved into alarms. Okay, we can move this into alarm 9. That. Now we'll come over here, put this over here, and now we'll work with this as we are. Same thing here, change the alarm name. So now we'll trigger alarm 9, have this trigger like that. And then take this at the end of this like that. Okay, so this is the same thing that we just made over here in alarm 9. So we'll go ahead and redo this alarm 9 trigger. Have this meet to this criteria right here. And now from here down, you can go ahead and delete. And we can get rid of this. And we need to make an if alarm here equals, I'll actually just do it like this. Okay. Let me go ahead and test this one here real quick first. Mainly I'm just gonna see if I'm onto the right idea with this, because then I can implement it further everywhere else, but I should be fine with what I'm doing. But it's just better to make sure. Is there one other thing I was missing here? Hold on. One of them. Okay. No. No. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I was just double checking. For some reason I thought I didn't do that one. I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh. Mob count is trying to go up. My range is making it difficult. Mob count's trying though. Oh, it is trying its best. Yeah, I see importing and everything there. Do I see... Okay, no, we haven't... Okay, we still got 20 seconds till on rage. Okay, that's just overflood. Okay. That's just where overflood's coming from. That's good. That's good. Yeah, here comes that. Boom. There we go. I see him running to him. Oh wait, no, it's the wrong one. Where are... Do we see any of them? Do you see any skulls? I don't see a skull. I don't see a single skull. It's not good. I don't see a single skull. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, we got one skull. That doesn't count though. I think you spawned there. Only one is not sufficient. we got one. Shut up. Oh Lord. That was amazing. That was amazing. Okay, so we need a... Something isn't... How aren't you getting reset is the question. Okay, so this is going to be before that, so less than here. Alarm 9. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's reset right here. It is reset right there. It is right. I mean, it is right there. It is right there. It's right down there at the bottom. The last thing you do, reset alarm 11. So why aren't you resetting alarm 11? Why aren't you resetting alarm 11? Is something else causing you to not reset? No, these retrigger alarm 11 anyways. Everything retriggers alarm 11, so we don't have to worry about all the old systems. Disk test, what is going on? What if it's like this is equals 3, then this is that. Do we just do that? Is it, are you gonna be happy with, like, am I happy with that? I don't. This is not terrible. The 3 else's, we can't really assign those to anything within a switch reasonably. Do we really need to set it up in a switch even if we did? No. No. I think it's too intricate for that. I think this is all I gotta do. I think that's just gonna fix it. I think I didn't account for that. Is that? What do I know? I think that's all I didn't account for. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. What if I just... Yes, but where could we set you here without doing another else? I mean, I guess at the end of the day, we're looking at the same fucking thing, but I think it's better that I threw that into here. We have you check first, because you're going to be more frequent. That. Oh, you. We have to put it at the end of the code for the alarm, otherwise it's gonna stop other things from running. So I guess, yeah, I guess we still just do this. If we see this works, we'll go ahead and implement it everywhere, and then we'll check the resources after we implement it everywhere. See what we gain for efficiencies. Guys, scale is 3 up there. Is the else thing a problem? But, like, if it's... Why is it a problem? Why is it a problem? Alright, well, I'm not gonna say... Maybe... I don't know. Because every single thing... Oh, what happens when this hits this, but this doesn't hit this because of that? Well, then it should just read down. Oh, does it cut itself off from reading? I bet you it cuts itself off from reading. If any of these become true and it meets into another one, it won't read down further. Okay, that's what's occurring. I'm just stupid. Okay, that's fine. If you have an else, that is. If you have an else. You have to have the else into a different location. I would have to have the else into a different spot. Which is going to get too intricate then and not be worth it. Looking for a big ghost. Big skull. Where'd a big skull at? Oh, there's a big one up there. I don't see him moving. See him for it yet. Maybe I need to go before all the else's. Let me go before all these else's here. I bet that's screwing with it. Just come all the way over here. Like this, I think. Right here. This one. I think this is where I need it. This is where I need it. Right here. I think that's where I need it. This is why it might have been better to try and figure out how to switch. This is why it might have been better to try and figure out how to switch, because it's easier. It's easier to set up. I'm stubborn. I'm stubborn though. I don't see any of them yet. Oh, there's one. See an import yet. Sounds good, Nipped. Thank you so much for the lurk, and I hope you take care. I see other people. I've seen other mobs already spawn out, so he should have by now. Theoretic, yeah, I just saw another one spawn. He shouldn't have had a problem. Though it does look like they're spawning down there. Okay, I feel like there's... Well, it shouldn't matter. It should be resetting all the way down anyways, because where I placed it. We're in the enrage phase. I haven't seen that one port yet. Do I see any other big ones appearing? Any other skulls? No. Where am I screwing up? Is it this red thing? I don't think it is. It might be. I mean, this is kind of where things are screwing up, to be fair. I don't feel that should be screwing it up, though. Maybe it's breaking here. Maybe it is my order. Maybe it's breaking here. I would still expect it to be running this. Because this is all independent. That is independent. Why aren't you running it? Let me zoom myself in. Wish I had an easier way to do that. Should have just set up key bindings at this point. Just switch camera angles because I hate having to open this. There we go. Just want to see. I'm going to bring myself down to a ground level. I'm going to reduce damage to 500. Actually, I could just do 5. We just need to kill a few mobs. So. I also need to go through and fix everybody's damage for the enemy type. I ask, well, what's wrong with that? They're all globals, and right now they're all sharing damage. And then they're buffing. Leave it at that for a logic. Look, he's there. Okay, so close is working. Close is working. Okay, we're getting them coming in. They're working. Okay, they're working. Some of these are working. Okay. Oh boy. Let me try moving closer to one of them. I like this guy here. Does he ever... See, they're picking up. Oh my. See? They're picking up. Their alarms are running. Hmm. Maybe because I'm running an alarm with it, everything's just occurring so slow in comparison to everything else. Maybe once I mass integrate everything, it'll make more sense. Like, we seem to be working. It's hard to say we're not. That's why I was like, let me just get down there and see what's going on, actually. We're just gonna mass integrate and we're gonna see what happens. That's what we're gonna do. I think that's the only safe bet to do right now. We can't test every individual one with this. We just have to mass integrate it all and figure it out from there. It's going to be a bit more annoying, but hey, it'll get done. That's what matters. I mean, in theory, I guess what I could do is I could create it in parent enemy and then have them all inherit it for right now under a default property just to make sure they all work. And then afterwards, I could just implement that into all of them and independently. I guess that's an option too if I so wanted. Oh, I know what else I could do. I know what else I can do. I can just readjust spawning right now to only spawn the keepers. So when we come back, that's what we're going to do. We're going to readjust our spawning and all that, so it's only going to spawn keepers. And we will take a look and see exactly how this is running so we can work just on this one system here, this one mob, and make sure everything is working good and then mass implement it to the other ones. Yeah. Remember, I only run ads when I do my breaks and support streams, so your lurking during that is much appreciated as it does help to support development of the game and also keeping these streams ad-free of mid-rolls while I am here. I want to thank you all that have stayed around and do stay around, and we'll see you all when I come back. Careful in that regard. We'll actually come down here to the bottom. I should probably set my camera angle out for testing. Let me set my camera angle out to what I would... I was not recording. Damn it. So to catch up on the VOD here to what's going on, we're in the attack for the enemy, and we're trying to add in our HP current here and detect to see if it goes below 0 and all in the same time, and then if so, to run the code for that. Yeah, that's where we're at. I'm trying to figure out what we need to do to make that work appropriately. Remove this. But you do that. And then I guess we're sending alarms then. And then everything else is just secured through. Okay, well, let's force this alarm to stay active so that we can get a good test. We'll do that just so the code consistently always runs, and we don't have to worry now. Oh, there's so much code in the save. Oh, there's so much code in the save. Or in the death. There we go. Yeah, that seems right. Alright, let's see if that's somehow more efficient. Actually, first, let's set this at its highest timer so that we're getting a clear indicator of how it's going. This is the fastest it'll be going. So this way we fully know it's working. Because we're not allowing it to go through its rotation there. So it's going to be working a little different on that end, so... We have a few extra mobs because of that we can account for. What we're looking for is like an increase of like the 300 that we had there before. Type deal. $32.05. Okay, so we're at 32.05 there. Okay. Cut that out. Oh, I can take that out. Leave it in. Leave it in. Don't take it out right now. Right now. We're trying to test. Do that yet. Don't do that. Just hoping I'd be able to copy. Oh, there's this too. Interesting. I feel like my test was incomplete though. I feel like my test was incomplete now. I forgot about that alarm. Okay, well, let's test this and then we'll throw it back in and then we'll test again. And we can set the alarms first that we need to set, then paste that in, and then worry about the stuff within there. I think that's the best way to do it. I guess we're gonna get a new baseline regardless right now. So let's just go ahead and take out that one if check, since we're just going to have a new baseline. I'll take that out.